Welcome to the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners on Wednesday, June 28th. We are going to go right to additions and deletions to the agenda, which takes us to John Peacock. Thank you, John.
All right, thanks, Francie. There are no additions or deletions to the agenda today. Reminder to the board that the Turnabout Ranch item, the applicant will be requesting a continuation after some conversation. And Francie, I'd also ask, as we go into public comment, we do have guests here from SKICO and an introduction real quick. Chris, I think you were going to start us off with that.
Francie, can I do the moment of silence first?
Let's do it right after this. Okay. We'll get to commissioner comments, Jack.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having us and letting us come in for public comment. I'm Chris Kiley. I'm the Senior Vice President of Planning Development. I've been in front of this board a couple of times in the year and a half that I've been back in the Valley as the new guy to introduce myself. However, today I come as the seasoned veteran introducing the new guy. Very pleased to introduce Jeff, although I do so with a very, very heavy heart today. As you can imagine, we're still trying to process everything and are far from being there right now. That said, very important to us, to the family, to the company to continue on. And we have been wanting to come and say hi and introduce Jeff for a while and felt that was important that we continue to do so. So Jeff Buckheister has been on board as CEO of Aspen Snowmass for about 3 months now, a crash course to say the least, but Jeff comes with an incredible background of ski industry experience and Colorado ski town knowledge. I'll let Jeff speak to his background, but we'll instead just say that we at the company are incredibly excited to have him. We know that Jim was thrilled that Jeff came on board and the entire Crown family. And with that, I'll allow Jeff to say a couple of words. But thank you very much for allowing us to come and say hi today.
Thanks, Chris. Thank you, Chris. Welcome, Jeff.
Good afternoon. Thanks, everyone. Yeah, I think the intent a week ago was to come here and perhaps introduce myself in a way that can show my commitment to the community and share a little bit about the communities that I've been a part of in the past and what living in a mountain town means to me. I think given the events of the last 48 hours plus for SKICO and for the extended family and the Crown family, it's hard for me to sit here and really talk about myself. So hopefully we can further the discussion individually and collectively. I hope to bring my experience in both skiing and business and just the exposure I've had to a bunch of different places to this community to be a good partner and to be a good friend of the community and someone that cares about the outcomes of the mountain culture that we have here, the sustainability of our environment, the big issues that SKICO and myself would like to tackle in the future, as we always have. I think I find it a little hard to really dive into all of that. I'm the newest person, maybe. I mean, maybe we've hired somebody newer in the last couple months, but I still feel very new. And I've always approached my engagement with the communities from the stance that it's better to listen and learn at the beginning than come in with a list of things that you want to tell everyone about. And so I've been on a tour of listening and learning. I've been guided by some great people who've contributed to the skiing in Aspen and contributed to the community in the Roaring Fork Valley. And I'm just extremely honored to be a part of it. Really, truly am. I started out as a kid on skis in Winter Park, Colorado, and spent my first 2 decades in Grand County, pretty much skiing every day and not focused on much else. And that's basically been the theme of my life. The only time I have not lived in a mountain town is I actually call it 5 years. I was a little slow at the University of Colorado, which kind of Boulder can feel like a mountain town in a way as well. So I find myself here. I've had exposure to ski resorts in Utah, back in Colorado, in the Midwest of the U.S. and in 3 different states, and a 4-year stint in British Columbia and Canada, running Whistler Blackcomb, which was my most recent stint. So that'll be enough about me. I think the opportunity ahead of us, and certainly the way I view it, is that I look forward to being a great partner and look forward to listening and contributing and pushing forward on the most important issues in our town. And I can't sit here today and tell you that I know what they are. I know some of them, and I know we'll be talking about some of them later. But I want to learn, and I'll take the time to learn and make sure I contribute in the right way. That said, I do want to just say quickly, I would say a gigantic part of the decision for me to be here was the engagement that I've had with Jim Crown over the last probably 5 or 6 months. And yeah, I was encouraged to learn from someone who's given a lot of their life to things that matter. And I was encouraged to be mentored by somebody that led with integrity and showed up and gave back. I wanted to learn. And so not only myself, but our entire Skiko family is feeling that right now. Whether you're new like me and have been with the company for 3 or 4 months or been here for a long time, whether you knew Jim personally because you've worked with him on an issue or just simply were inspired as a frontline employee by the way he showed up, we're all grateful and we're all grieving. So with that, I just say thank you and look forward to spending more time with all of you.
Great, thanks for coming.
Thank you, Jeff. We really appreciate your introducing yourself to us, and we have enjoyed a remarkable relationship with Aspen Ski Co., particularly with Mike Kaplan, who was an incredible ambassador for the Ski Co. when he was in front of the board. We've had a few disagreements over the years, but I think everybody with the Aspen City Council and our board are really appreciative of what Aspen Ski Co. has done for this community, and so we welcome you, and thank you very much for coming in today.
Thank you.
Condolences to the company, the extended family. Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Cheers.
We will continue with public comment if there's anybody here who wishes to talk about something which is not on the agenda. I think most of you are here for the airport discussion, but if there are any other topics right now, this is the time for you to come forward. Anybody online, Andrew? Okay. All right, we're going to go to commissioner comments. We're going to begin with Patty.
Yes,
Oh, yes. Come on up. Sorry, I missed you.
Thank you for just giving me a moment. And I will thank you all for the service that you provide to all of us, and also the deliberations that you brought to this question. As you all know, I have written to the papers on this question.
Which question are you discussing?
I'm sorry?
Which question?
To the question of the airport. Isn't
Well,
that
we
today?
actually would love it if you could wait and talk
Then
about
I
that.
misunderstood, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I probably wasn't loud enough. Yes, if you could
Thank you.
come back
I'll
when we
go back.
discuss it.
Thank you. I
Thank you, I'm
misunderstood.
sorry.
My apologies.
All righty. Patty?
okay, so I had a moment to regroup here. Yeah, I was at the ACRA, the Aspen Chamber Resort Association meeting yesterday, and we did a moment of silence to honor the amazing life of Jim Crown, and I would like to ask this board to do the same. I would make more comments, but It's a little tough. I knew Jim well for years. It's a huge loss for his family, for the community, for the world, actually. He was an amazing man, so I'd like the board to take just a moment of silence and reflect. Thank you. Thank you, Francie.
Thank you, Patty. Well, it's interesting that the Sheriff's Department is here because I wanted to have a public comment and thank you for having deputies out on 82 today. It made quite a bit of difference, I noticed. And I really appreciate it. We really need that right now in order to make a difference in that highway between Elgin and Basalt and then again in the canyon. So that was really great. Thank you, guys. Any other commissioner comments? Yeah.
First of all, I just wanted to say that I had a meeting this morning with some fellow Corps and County Energy Department people. Michael Port and Dallas Blaney and I were able to attend a session at the Ideas Festival where we heard some brilliant people with innovative ideas about new companies that are coming in to work on things like energy storage and heat pumps. And it sounds as if we're turning a point where things that were kind of on the fringe are becoming more commonplace. And it was so encouraging. I just wanted to encourage people to go to the public events if they can. Last night I was able to go to one with some Shakespearean actors, and it was fascinating. So I just want to give a plug for it. Sometimes I feel too busy to attend the Ideas Festival or don't think it's relevant or applies to me. I always come up with reasons, but then when I go, I'm always just blown away by what they offer in the range of things they offer. So I wanted to thank the Aspen Institute for continuing that. Then I'm also going to give a shameless plug for the next 3 days, the 29th, 30th, and 1st at 10 a.m. The Tempests by Shakespeare will be presented by Theater Aspen, featuring children that look like me. At 10 a.m. At the Hearst Park. And then on July 5th begins Ride the Cyclone, which is a presentation by the Soul Theater Company at Thunder River. You'll have to go to Carbondale to see it, but it's worth it. It's a dark musical comedy. And another child that looks like me will be there. So there's my plug.
Children look like you.
I don't know.
Well, while we're on the topic of theater, I was really disappointed to try and buy tickets last night to Felicity Huffman and William
is it
Macy's
sold
The Guys. They were already sold out in one
Wow.
day. I was very disappointed.
And that's a benefit, isn't it? Isn't it?
It is a benefit, for the 9/11.
But the Tempest and Ride the Cyclone are not sold out.
Another plug, another shameless
And
plug.
I have seen Greg's daughters act several times, and it is really a pleasure.
Thank you.
Do you have-
No, I'll just wish everyone a happy 4th of July, Independence Day. We won't meet again before that comes. I hope you all enjoy it with your families and beautiful summer weather that's finally arrived here in the spirit of rebellious freedom that our community, I think, keeps alive and well.
Let's hope. Anything from you, Lizzie?
Can I just ask that everybody speak up? None of us can hear you, or make sure you're in the microphone.
The microphone doesn't work in this room. It's just for grassroots. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Any other commissioner comments? Steve?
Yeah, I wanted to speak about the 4th of July. Every year I am torn between going to the parade in Redstone or going to the one in Aspen. Both of them do have transportation parking issues. Both parades are fun to be in, and I am a veteran, and I like to march with the veterans in whichever parade I go in. But with it being the 4th of July, I think across the whole country, traditionally, there are lots of accidents that happen, traffic accidents with fireworks, so on, people drowning in lakes. They're trying to have a good time and then they make a bad decision and something bad happens. I hope that doesn't happen to anybody in this valley or to anywhere in the country, but I urge everybody to, be thoughtful and do your fun things with caution, and want everybody to have a good time and celebrate our country's independence from those scoundrels over across the ocean in England. But I want everybody to survive this coming weekend too. Thank you.
Francie, one more quick thing.
Go ahead.
This has come up several times recently. In particular, I know people in this room have trouble hearing, and that is frustrating. And I think we ought to do something about it. It doesn't seem as if we have appropriate sound equipment so the people that are attending a meeting can actually hear what goes on, and that is not right. So I'd like our board to direct our staff to let's fix this.
So I'm just going into my Bluetooth, and that we actually have a T-coil in this room. If you wear hearing aids that are enabled to hear with a T-coil, you should be able to hear when we speak in these microphones as clear as a bell in your hearing aids. So just so if any of you can be aware of that. We were having issues with it, and I know that they were partially resolved anyhow. I'm going to try it right now, Andrew, and see if it's working.
After the way our technology's been going.
That's the feedback we need.
Are we waiting for you, or should we go on, Steve?
You can go on.
Okay.
I'll let you know
Just
the
before we
words.
go on to the consent items, I just want to let everybody know that the topic you're here to discuss is item number 9. So we will resolve 6 other issues before we get to it. So if you would just be patient, that would be great. Thank you. Okay, so on the consent item, the first one is the minutes of June 14th, 2023, our regular meeting, and the second one is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners approving a list of persons qualified to act as arbitrators of property valuation disputes. Is there anybody who wants to pull one of these items?
I just want to do a quick thank you. I want to thank those who came forward to help us with the property tax, with the arbitrators for property valuation disputes. We really appreciate their time, their energy, and their knowledge. And this will be greatly beneficial to our staff and the county moving forward on this year's little bit more interesting property tax questions that are coming forward. So thank you.
Yes.
I just would like to ask staff for a little clarity about this item.
Item 2.
Item 2. As I understand it, we appointed hearing officers to handle the direct appeals that were submitted to the assessor's office by the deadline of June 8th. We're appointing arbitrators for those who have selected an alternate process for their valuation concerns. Is that correct, John? Because the state offers multiple avenues for someone who wants to raise concerns related to their property value assessment.
Right. So the first level of determination is made through the assessor's office. This is constituting the Board of Equalization then for further appeal.
Okay, thank you.
And that's just for the evaluation of the property.
It is just for evaluation, yeah.
Okay. So I'll look for a motion to approve the consent items.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Thank
Aye.
you.
All right, we're going to have individual consideration items now. These are this is an emergency ordinance set for confirmatory reading on July 26th, 2023. It is an emergency ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing the Pitkin County Sheriff to impose and rescind bans on open fires and prohibitions on the sale, use, and possession of all fireworks in unincorporated Pitkin County at any time during 2023. And Alex Bruschetta is here. Hi,
Good
Alex.
afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you. Regretfully, I bring this to you as an emergency ordinance this year. It was an oversight on our part in the first quarter of this year to bring it to you. So we felt that it was timely to get it on your agenda today, and we appreciate that. This, as you said, Francie, is the emergency ordinance authorizing the Pitkin County Sheriff to impose and rescind fire restrictions and open fires and other items in Pitkin County. We we feel that it's important to have this this in place this year. The sheriff and his staff take great care to coordinate and partner with federal and other state and local individuals to very thoughtfully use science and data to implement fire restrictions and to ensure that they're in place when the science dictates that they should be put in place. We have felt that with the recent rain and the green up of our area, it has painted a inaccurate picture. We are still at risk, at great risk. Actually, a conversation this morning at our Public Safety Council indicated that the grasses, what they call the fine fuels, are starting to rapidly dry out in the mid-valley and rapidly working their way up valley. We noticed that there was a large fire, 3,000 acre plus fire south of Parachute over the weekend. So we bring this to you today for consideration for the emergency ordinance.
Okay. I have something else I want to talk to you guys about before you leave,
Please.
but we'll
Okay.
finish with this first.
Sure.
Steve?
So, as an irrigator, I will vouch for the fact that the ground has dried out incredibly fast, and the places that we had not gotten irrigating water on yet, it's hard to push the water across the field already. It dried out. In spite of all the rain we had this spring, which was wonderful, it has dried out incredibly quickly, and I imagine that the moisture content in the trees is going down rapidly also. These days with a hot, dry wind will just suck the moisture out so quickly. We did receive at least one email from someone saying, why are you gonna ban fireworks this year? Because it was such a wet winter and a wet spring, but it changes
Drying up quickly.
so quickly.
We did
Definitely.
dig down up on Stark Mesa recently. We went down about 1.5 feet, and it was moist down there, so at least the trees have a little bit of moisture, but that was a few days ago too, and I know it's changing rapidly, so.
Definitely. Correct.
Any other discussion?
I have a question.
Yeah,
Okay,
Patty?
you, Greg, can go ahead.
Just wanted to say that there's a fire index, a moisture content index, I can't remember what you call it. It'd be great to see that and track it, because I think it would be a dramatic indicator of how dry things are getting and how quickly things can change.
And we get that data, is this on?
Yeah, it does.
We get that data every week. We're not at thresholds for any of the ERC energy release component or the live fuel moisture levels. We're not there yet.
We're not there
Be a
yet.
little louder for the room, please.
So
Not into
It
there,
doesn't,
just to the
doesn't go
room.
through the mic.
ERC, that's the acronym I was looking for.
Yes, and by the way, I'm Valerie McDonald. I'm the Picken County Emergency Manager, and we don't meet thresholds for fire restrictions yet. The energy release component, how hot a fire would burn, and the live fuel moisture levels. Snap a twig, how dry is that? How flammable will it be? We don't meet the threshold based on the data that we analyze to make these decisions, which we don't make lightly. There's a lot of coordination between different counties, and the feds and the state. I mean, a lot goes into this. So we are watching the situation, and the wet spring and the great snowpack we had simply did nothing but delay wildfire season.
Right.
This is a special year. We're having both high water danger and fire season in one year. Usually it's one or the other, but it simply delayed it, and people need to start taking precautionary actions if they haven't already. This spring, when everyone had the opportunity, create your defensible space, harden your home, and most importantly, have an evacuation plan. And there's a wealth of information available on pickenwildfire.com on how to accomplish all of those things. And just in case I don't get to talk again, because I know I'm kind of hijacking your thing. So high water,
No, that was what I was going to
yeah,
ask.
it's subsided. I mean, we were at risk in Redstone and other areas in the county, and it seems to have subsided. But that said, the banks are unstable, the rivers are fast, cold. And so now I'm laser focused on just keeping the unsuspecting tourists out of the river, because if someone inadvertently gets in there, the result will not be good. Kids, pets, things like that. We're doing quite a bit of outreach about high water runoff as well. And I'm rambling, and I will stop there.
Can I
I
just?
have like nightly nightmares about my children
I
falling
think
into the river.
we've had 6 fatalities in the state in the last week or so. I think it's up to 6 now.
There's a
In the rivers not, well, one in the Roaring Fork.
Right.
Right?
Yep.
So, yeah, it's time to be serious about this. It's
I have noticed,
unrelenting.
though, in Redstone, though, it has gone up again since I was there just a little while ago. It's up to, I think, over 2,000, if I'm not mistaken. Bill Argyros sent me that information yesterday or the day before. And so, you know, particularly up there, it's unusual to have that much water in the river, and people love to play in the Crystal River up and near Redstone. So I would emphasize what you said, Val. Thank you so much for saying that.
Definitely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Patty?
A couple things. We also have had a lot of fallen trees in the river, so please be careful of that because they've been blocking. And I know that we've had some great efforts made by some of our outfitter agencies who are trained to help us clean up the river to make it safe for people to utilize. But still, everybody needs to be really, really careful. Even just in the little pond at Heron Park, where a lot of kids play, they step out into that current that's going by. That could be really serious. So, but as to the ordinance in front of us, there are no changes from our previous ordinances. It looks pretty much
It's
standard.
the same. It's the same as
So
it has
thank you
been.
for bringing it forward, and this is something we do at the beginning of every year. We just have had a busy year so far, so we're
Few of the
working our way
priorities.
into it. So thank you, gentlemen and ladies, for bringing it to us today.
And are you going to make a motion?
And I will make a motion to approve.
I'll second the motion.
And further discussion?
I'll just comment that with emergency ordinances, we conduct public comment at the confirmatory reading as opposed to today. But
Which
it
will
goes
be,
into effect today.
Yeah, it'll
July
be on
26th.
26th, not the 12th?
Jeanette set the date. I'm
Oh.
not sure.
That she's the boss.
She's the boss.
Okay, so I think we had a second, and I'll look for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you, thank you guys.
Thank
Thank you.
Thanks
You
for your time.
wanted one
Good
more
luck
thing?
this weekend.
That was about
The high
it
water.
was about Redstone.
Got
And
it.
just to add to that, I know it's really exciting for kayakers to want to get out in this high water.
Oh, boy.
But unless you are an expert kayaker, you do not belong in these rivers this year.
Well,
At least not yet.
Even if you're
Particularly
an
up by
expert,
Meat
you
Grinder
may want to
and
rethink it.
a lot of places. So please stay out of the water unless you are expert.
Hmm.
And don't think you're expert if you're not.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
thanks, thank
Thank
you,
you.
thanks. Just be safe out there.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, individual consideration items. This is the first reading. These are set for public hearings on July 12th, 2023. The first one is the resolution of the Board of County Commissioners accepting FAA Grant 65. And Diane, hi. Diane Jackson.
Thank you, Commissioners. Diane Jackson, Airport Deputy Director. I'm here today requesting your adoption of the FAA Grant AFP 65 in the amount of $5,078,674. Oh, I apologize. As part of our ongoing maintenance of the airfields, it was determined that there were several areas on Taxiway Alpha, which is our main taxiway, and the de-ice pad that were experiencing distress. In order to extend the useful life of this pavement, we've completed crack sealing and a mill and overlay of the area during the closure that we had May 10th through the 24th. This grant covers 90% of that project. The remaining 10% will be a split between CDOT and the airport. Therefore, the staff is recommending that you approve the resolution to accept the grant for funds for AIP 65.
Any questions or discussion? Yes, Patty?
We always like accepting grants, so thank you for bringing it forward
Well,
for
thank
us.
you.
And if you don't mind, I will make a motion and set for a second reading and public hearing on July the 12th.
I'll second.
I have a question.
Yes, Pat, Kelly?
Have we appropriated county funds for this, airport funds for this?
We have for the portion of the
So we
county.
won't see any of this in future supplementals? Okay, thank you.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Passes 5-0. Are you going to do the next one too? Or
I
Dan?
am not. Dan
Okay.
is.
I drew
So the
the
next
short
one is resolution of the Board of County Commissioners accepting Aviation Administration Grant 66, and this is Dan Bartholomew.
Well, good afternoon, Dan Bartholomew, Airport Director. So we're seeking your adoption of a resolution to accept FAA Grant 66 in the amount of $156,139. What this is as we were doing our annual pavement maintenance in 2022, we needed some additional materials and there was some additional labor costs for some added work we needed to do. As you're aware, our pavement is getting old. And when we go out there to do the construction work, we end up finding additional things. typically. So the original grant for this work was AIP Grant 63. The FAA decided that rather than amending the original grant, they would just issue a new grant this year for this in the amount stated. And then in addition, there was a local match and a CDOT match as well, 5% respectively on that. So that was the work that took place and the appropriate funding. So we're just seeking your approval to accept that grant.
Any questions for Dan?
One related, I know you're doing core sampling and on the runway, and you were saying, was it July or late July, or when do we expect to hear about that?
I would anticipate late July. I'm hoping it'll be sooner than that. We should see it in the next couple of weeks, though.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
Any other comments? Kelly?
Just a question. So looking at these two grants together, we have work in the south portion of the taxiway, the north portion of the taxiway, the connectors, the runway, and the apron. Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
what's left out?
Well, not anything, because
The
the ice
restrooms.
pad was also
The
done
ice
this year
pad
as
was
well.
on this year.
So the only thing that's really left out, so to speak, would be the aircraft parking apron areas.
Okay.
Yes, no.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll look for a motion.
I'll make a motion that we authorize the chair to sign a grant agreement with the FAA in the amount of $156,139 for airfield pavement maintenance at the airport.
Second the motion?
Any further comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Diane. And number 6, resolution of the Board of County Commissioners approving an amendment to Federal Aviation Grant 57. Dan?
Okay, I'm still Dan Bartholomew, Airport Director. Again, this is an addendum to AIP Grant 57 in the amount of $180,000. This one's, for some reason, sat in the FAA's pile of papers for a little bit, and we finally received the amendment. This was, again, for some additional work we did during the 2021 maintenance season. So they finally got back to us in an addendum to that grant for additional labor and materials for that project. That's pretty much what it is. There's the 10%, $20,000, again, is split between CDOT and local airport funds. And we seek your approval, acceptance of this amendment.
Any questions? Yes, Steve?
So we spent this money a couple of years ago.
Yes, sir.
Have we been losing interest on the money that we could have been made? I don't know what happens with the airport fund. I presume it is invested when you have a large sum of money sitting
I would
there.
imagine so, yeah. Yeah, probably nothing in a significant sense for this one. But yeah, true, I mean, there were probably some dollars that were foregone from non-interest.
Yeah, it would be some, even though it's probably a small amount, but
Yeah,
foregone.
we tend to be beholden to the FAA on when they decide to reimburse us for things, unfortunately. So,
Does this happen very often,
No,
that
no.
something gets buried in a pile of
No,
papers?
not often at
For
all.
them, I know it happens in my life sometimes, but
I think
I
what,
hope they do better than I do.
well, I don't know, that it is the federal government, we'll put it that way. I think what happened with this one is all the COVID funds were being released at this time, so they were dealing with just the inundation of requests for other grants, and somehow this got lost in that pile.
But it was found.
Shame
It
on
was
them.
found.
And Steve, those are invested with other county funds in the investment pools and under the restrictions and guidelines that the state provides us to keep that money safe over return on investment.
Yeah, and I realize, I mean, I already knew the answer, but that's a way to bring, talk about the issue and educate people.
Yes, great.
I just wanted to comment on that. They are actually public funds to begin with, so they might be collecting interest on it. It just doesn't come to our valley.
Goes into
But it's
that
still
black
our money,
hole, that black hole
right?
in Washington.
Okay, I'll look for a motion.
Argue if it comes to our back.
I'll make a motion to approve,
Number 6.
it's a resolution authorizing the chair to sign an amendment to the grant agreement with the Federal Aviation Administration.
For Grant 57.
I do have a question, though.
I'll
How
second
come
the
Diane
motion
got
first.
to do the 5 million and you only got these little $100,000 ones?
Because she's way more important than I am, that's why.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, I need a second.
Steve seconded it.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Don't go very far.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Number 7 is the ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners adopting the Title VI Health and Safety, Section 6.42 of the Pickens County Code, requiring retailers to sell tobacco products to obtain a tobacco product retail license. And that does not look like Raleigh.
Hello.
Hi.
I will, if it is possible, I do have a presentation. Oh, perfect.
Long time no see.
Good afternoon, I know. Just in case. You're welcome. Thank you. Okay. Alrighty. Good afternoon. Nice to see you all. It's been a bit since the work session, so I'll reintroduce myself. My name is Raleigh Backrack. I'm the Health Promotion Program Administrator at Pickens County Public Health. I mainly do tobacco prevention, education, promote cessation throughout the valley, and we're here today for a first reading of the Pickens County Tobacco Retail License Ordinance. If it's okay with you all, I have a few slides just to kind of act as a refresher and a summary of the ordinance, and then we can open it up for discussion. Okay. So we've all heard about this information a few months ago at the work session, but what is a tobacco retail license, also known as a TRL? It is a special license that government issues to enforce tobacco control laws. And so why do communities adopt TRL laws? There's many different reasons, for example, to have a comprehensive enforcement structure, such as enforcing our local Tobacco 21 law. And then why a local TRL? Again, I have presented all these findings before. Looking at the first bullet point, we're seeing that local youth are using tobacco and nicotine products at a higher rate when we're comparing it to our region and our Colorado state average. So if we take a look at the graph to the right and kind of reading left to right, Aspen High School students, and let me say this is from Healthy Kids Colorado survey data from 2021. That was the most recent survey year. And Aspen High School is in that dark blue. So the question all the way to the left is looking at percentage of students who smoked cigarettes on one or more of the past 30 days. And Aspen High School students are about almost 19%. The second middle question is looking at percentage of students who used an electronic vapor product in the last 30 days. And locally, we're almost 15% higher than the state average. And then that last question, all the way to the right, is looking at percentage of students who feel like it would be sort of easy or very easy to get electronic vapor products if they wanted to. And we're sitting at about over 70%, which brings us to kind of that second bullet point. In 2021, I had conducted a local flavor ban evaluation. A lot of localities within Pickens County and around Pickens County have local flavor bans implemented. So that was the reason for the evaluation. But we started to hear that there was a lack of this region-wide tobacco control approach, and that leads to jurisdictional shopping. And so ultimately, there needs to be an alignment with other local tobacco control policies. So if you all remember in the work session, I came to present a policy proposal which included the following, which is on the left-hand side. And this was also supported by our Board of Health and approved by you all for me to move forward with an ordinance draft. So it was a tobacco retail license with a few different strengthening strategies. One included capping the number of retailers to 4, which is what we currently have in unincorporated. restricting product placement where products would not be visible to customers. And then the third one would be restricting tobacco advertising both inside the store and outside the store. And since then, I've been working closely with our amazing county attorney, John. And so our current ordinance recommendation, which can be found to the right, would be passing a tobacco retail license similar to a state license with the capping for retailers. And capping is still such a strong strategy. It really limits the number of retailers, obviously, and unincorporated, which in turn limits the amount of products that are available to our community. If we were to go ahead and move forward with this recommendation, just, capping, we would be the first unincorporated county to have a cap. We'd be the second locality in Colorado. And then a TRL for unincorporated would really help to get the whole Pickens County area covered, since all of our localities within Pickens County, Aspen, Snowmass, they already have TRLs in place. So it'd be full coverage. So the last slide before kind of opening it up for discussion and questions, this is really a brief summary of the ordinance itself. So kind of going down the table, it would obviously be for unincorporated Pickens County. The license would be $290 annually with an $100 late renewal. The cost of the license would really be covering the cost of administrative work and enforcement work that's going to be done. The age of clerk aligns with the state TRL, so 18 years old. I did want to mention, we do have a tax already implemented for unincorporated flavor bans. We just aren't unable to pass something at the county level at this time. There we see the cap to 4. Enforcement and compliance would be done twice a year, along with education and follow-up as necessary. It would be done in collaboration with the Pickens County Sheriff's Department and our Environmental Health Department at the county. And then we get into the offense structure. We have, in the ordinance, it has the BOCC for the hearings. First, second offense would be in suspension. And then the third offense, hopefully we never have to get to that point, but that would be that revocation of the license. Everything else in the ordinance is really aligning with the state TRL language. So I'll pause there.
Julie?
Can you tell us where the 4 retailers are? And is enforcement like visitation to other potential retailers or reviewing the expected retailers' licensing status? What does that look like?
So the 4 retailers, we have the one in the ABC at the gas station, one at the Woody Creek gas station, and then the 2 neighboring stores in Old Snowmass, so the liquor store and then the old Snowmass Market. And then as far as enforcement, if this were to be passed and then we would implement it, the enforcement would be just for those 4 retailers because there is that cap. Enforcement, however, would look a little different than, let's say, the state enforcement, which is, again, a huge collaboration we would have with the Department of Revenue, liquor and tobacco side of things, because they also do their own inspections. But for locally, we would be looking at enforcing signage, the license itself, but we would not have underage operatives like the state would.
So there's nobody selling tobacco in like Thomasville or Redstone?
Correct. Redstone General, I've been speaking with the new owner. I mean, she's been probably in ownership for maybe 1.5, 2 years now. Doesn't seem like she has any desire to sell tobacco. That's why it's a good, strong strategy is capping at what we have. I think we have the upper hand in this because we are more rural in that sense, but passing a cap, let's say in Denver metro area would be a lot harder just because there's more more fish in the sea.
And Roxy's doesn't sell.
So Roxy's, pardon me, that their gas station is that one of the 4 retailers. The liquor store next to Roxy's grocery store, they do not sell anymore.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. So, the Woody Creek gas station, you said?
Correct.
At
Aspen Village.
That's called the Woody Creek gas station. Okay, thank you. And then 40% on other tobacco products. I assume you're talking about like chewing tobacco and stuff like that?
Yes, so the license would cover all tobacco and nicotine products.
And does that mean that the tax is 40% of the price of the product?
Mm-hmm.
Wowee. That's a disincentive.
Sure enough.
Anybody else?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A couple things. One, on your previous chart, just for public information, you had restricting product placement and restricting tobacco advertising. What's the status on that with this current ordinance? Is that something that's been strengthened or left out or included? What's the status? You can share that.
Yeah, I can start and say they have been left out at this time. John, I don't know if you have anything else to add.
Well, it's a reflection of a limitation of state law and authority delegated to counties.
Okay, so it's purely voluntarily by the retailer then, I guess, if they were to put them front and center or put up the big sign. They can still do that if they choose to.
Yeah, so product placement and restricting tobacco ads, they're not in the current ordinance, so it's really, again, it's really up to the retailer. Obviously, there has to be a barrier, there has to be a face-to-face interaction to sell the product. It can't just be a grab and go by the customer.
Got it.
Yeah, it has to be.
And is there any limitation on the number of, could one person go in and buy 20 cases of cigarettes to share with friends? Just wondering how that works. There's no limit. You can't limit the number of sales. Okay.
Right, there's no limit, and that, it kind of gets into looking at individual behavior. Of course, there's an option where retailers could have signs out and saying, this is for your own use. You cannot be giving it to family members, friends. But again, as a county, we're not looking at individual behavior.
Okay. My last question is just regarding the statistics. I'm having trouble understanding how the last one, even kids everywhere, the kids in Aspen think it's that much easier to get here. Perhaps it is. And I'm just wondering, is the information gathered differently here than it is? Because I'm still choking on the numbers that kids locally would be that much more inclined and much more accessible, across the board. And I just want to make sure those numbers are right. Can you reassure me?
Those numbers are unfortunately correct. They are from Healthy Kids Colorado survey from the 2021 year. They will be doing another survey year in 2023 in the fall. So, again, I think those short years to compare, it's hard to do so. We did see and I didn't include it in this presentation, but we started to see a decline in tobacco and nicotine use locally a bit from 2019 to now. And if you all remember, in 2019 there was a lot of local push to pass flavor bans in Aspen, Snowmass, and other things like that. So hopefully we can keep this in the right direction.
Great, thank you.
I'm wondering, is there overlap in these first two questions? Like, are some of the 18% also smoking, are also vaping?
They are separate questions that the survey asks. So each student would respond different,
Could choose both.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they don't disaggregate it that way. And then, do we know? Are we following these students at all to find out like how many are continuing to use tobacco or getting addicted to tobacco over time?
Do you mean like after high school, for instance? That is something I can work with the schools. I do work closely with the Aspen School District and schools throughout the valley. Obviously, policy is not just the only thing that will get these numbers lower, so definitely working on prevention and intervention, making sure that students have quit support. Nicotine is highly addictive, and making sure that they have the support they need.
And while we're not currently following them, what we know is that the earlier that you get addicted to nicotine or tobacco, the longer and stronger that addiction is going to be.
Mm-hmm. Do you have like addiction statistics from Colorado for adults? What the trends are over time?
Not off the top of my head. I would be happy to, it's not as strong as the Healthy Kids Colorado survey data, but there is some CDC data, I believe, that wouldn't dive super locally, but across Colorado, yes, I could most likely find that.
I'd be interested in second reading.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm wondering if you have any information on where these students think they would be getting the vaping products.
Yeah, I mean, there's different answers to that. Some, we can go into unincorporated Garfield County, for instance. I've heard Catherine's store, heard online, but again, if you ever hear that students are getting these products online, that is illegal, and you could report that to me. It is not a county issue, it's a state issue, and then I can report that to the DOR and making sure that it's enforced that way.
And the age is 18?
21.
21.
Yes. And so that's a federal written law now, but we did adopt that before it was written in federally.
I guess I forgot that. Wow. Any other discussion or questions?
I'd make a motion.
Okay.
I'd make a motion that we adopt the Title VI Health and Safety, Section 642 of the Pitkin County Code requiring retailers who sell tobacco products to obtain a tobacco product retail license.
I'll second. And set for public hearing on July 12th.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Passes by.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. Good presentation.
Thanks for that.
Thanks, guys.
Thank
Nice
you,
to see you.
Jordana and Raleigh.
We'll see you in
I'm
July.
sorry, is one last quick question, kind of related. Is there a public health forum of some sort on mental health and substance abuse this coming up? I thought we had something on the books, and I just wanted to have you announce that if there was. No. Okay.
Not that I'm aware of.
I must have dreamt it.
Yeah, we're internally, Greg, going through a strategic planning process for our vital mental health services. I wonder if that's what you're thinking about.
I heard it somewhere, and I thought, is this public? And how come
Oh.
okay. Thank you.
I'll keep thinking
That's
on
all
it.
I needed to know.
Okay, item number 8 is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing the Memorandum of Understanding Amendment between Pitkin County, Colorado Public Radio, Carbondale Community Access Radio, and Roaring Fork Public Radio. Hi.
Hi, everybody. Guess I'll just go ahead and get started then.
Yeah,
I'm-
introduce yourself.
It's all yours.
Yep. I'm Drew Peterson. I'm the Deputy Telecommunications Manager for the county. And I am here today, as you said, to present this amendment to a somewhat older MOU from back in 2001 between the county and the local public radio stations. Now, unfortunately, they are not able to be here today. They have fundraising efforts and other commitments, but they will be here for the second reading on the 12th.
Who's they?
Colorado Public Radio,
Oh, okay.
Aspen Public Radio, and KDNK. A representative from each. And if there are any station-specific questions, those had better be asked then, but I should be able to answer anything regarding the MOU itself. So anyway, quick background. So when Colorado Public Radio was first entering the local market, it was kind of a contentious issue. There were concerns about competition between the public radio stations, diversion of donations between them, competing formats, news formats, frequency allocation. And in short, it was resolved with the 2001 MOU between Pitkin County and all three of these local radio stations, Colorado Public Radio, Aspen Public Radio, and KDNK, that outlined a solution to the problem. So what came out of it is Pitkin County and Colorado Public Radio each dropped one of their competing license applications. The stations all agreed to the frequencies on which they would broadcast. Colorado Public Radio agreed that they would only broadcast their classical format. The county agreed that when allocating translator spaces on the translator network, that priority would be given to KAJX and KDNK, with a second priority after those stations to Colorado Public Radio's classical format. And then it created a collaborative effort between the stations to build and maintain a station and broadcast up on Sunlight Peak. More recently, this has come up again and just needs a new amendment because in 2021, KUUR, which used to broadcast a commercial station on 96.7, sold all of their local assets to Colorado Public Radio. They began broadcasting their new format, Indy 102.3, on that new station, which they renamed KNDH. But unfortunately, that seems to kind of clash with the spirit of the old MOU, which really outlined the non-compete. It specified the classical format for Colorado Public Radio. And upon review with the Translator Advisory Board, when we were looking at the translators that were affected, it was agreed that this needs to be reviewed and amended to reflect the current radio station market in the Valley. There's a number of other items that have also changed as well. Format changes with KAJX, as we all recall from a few years ago. New coverage by KCJX expanding up and down the entire Valley with a single frequency network. Changes in leadership, changes in technology. HD radio is now available. And the public stations and staff all agreed that we needed to amend the MOU to reflect the current market. So the new MOU really, it doesn't change a lot. In short, it refreshes just the spirit of the MOU and clarifies if there are changes within the market among any of these stations that we're going to notify each other better. We're going to be more clear about it if there's updates in whether that be licenses, technology, format, ownership. We're just going to notify each other better. And then it also clarifies that the county, in recognizing that KNDH is a public station, is willing to grant that second priority to the Indy format as well. Being a new station, the old MOU couldn't reflect that because the station didn't exist at the time. So this new amendment recognizes the changes in the market and accepts that as a worthwhile to allocate second priority as a public station. And then it also clarifies very concisely, these are the formats we're broadcasting in. Any significant changes to that will be brought up again. We'll communicate better between the stations. And yeah, that's pretty much it. It's not a big change, but it's really most important to refresh the spirit of it and make sure everybody between the stations and the county are on board with this idea. This did go in front of the Telecommunications Advisory Board, got unanimous approval and consent. They agreed that public stations should be prioritized, and I think that's about it.
What is the formatting of the new station?
Indy.
What does that mean?
What does that mean?
It kind of means, I don't know, hip, alternative, variety music, I guess. I'm not really sure how to define indie music.
Well, that's me.
Writing music?
Variety.
Oh, variety.
It's similar to, they play a lot, there's some overlap with KSBN, for example, alternative rock, modern rock, that kind of format. But they play a pretty diverse mix. Sometimes you'll hear rap on there. Sometimes you'll hear, just classic old rock. Sometimes you'll hear really new wave, kind of weird stuff.
But it's all music.
It's very eclectic and it's very Colorado-centric.
All music.
All music, 100%.
It's go fast music, Indy 500.
I was thinking like indie as in the films like Independent, but.
Yeah. Oh yeah, well I think that's Independent. I think is kind of where it's
I'm thinking racetrack.
Yeah, not Indy 500.
Any other questions? Yeah, Greg.
Kelly had her hand
No,
up first.
I'm-
I was just wondering about how does the Translator Advisory Board dip their toe into style and format of the music, or do they just look at public versus?
As an
commercial?
advisory role, they just advise the Board of County Commissioners on what stations should and should not be on the network. So just as a public voice, it's just kind of the public opinion in that regard. So they do look at format when there are stations that become available on the network that say there's already coverage by another translator that's already filled by one of these public stations, and it needs to be filled by a commercial one. There's a whole application process that opens up where the Telecommunications Advisory Board just reviews submittals from these different radio stations who are clamoring for these frequencies, and so they do look at the format and make that consideration when.
And how often do these stations come up, and how is the public notified when that happens, or is that a industry only thing, or how does that get allocated?
Are you talking in the translator board or FCC?
A translator or a station license came up, how does that get announced?
Yeah, that's done through just the public announcement process of the Telecommunications Advisory Board. So I don't think that there's a mass publication that's put out when these become available, but the local radio stations are pretty in tune with if there's an opening there. They're right there to hop on it. So it's notified through the Telecommunications Advisory Board, and I think there might be a notification publicly as well, but I don't know for sure, so I'd have to.
I think I've seen it in the paper in the past.
Yeah, I think that there might be, but I'm not 100% certain.
I'm just surprised, we're into both country and western over here, and I'm just shocked that it's in indie.
Maybe they play some country.
Maybe it's the spirit of the Wild West.
Thank you.
Well, hopefully that won't lead you away from approving this. Steve?
So, I've discovered a really neat app on my phone. It's called Radio Garden, which you can pick up stream stations from all across the world. And I found a terrific station from the Faroe Islands that plays polka music, which we don't offer that locally anymore. I think it used to be offered locally, but.
Are you writing this down, Drew?
I mean, 100 years ago.
So for those of you who want something different than indie music or the local stations, there are other options for streaming radio stations.
And this is why you should always come to BOCC meetings, because Steve Child will give you a chuckle. Out it out.
And important information.
Right.
I mean, polka's a big deal. All right, I'm going to look for a motion to approve this. And this being the resolution authorizing the memorandum of understanding amendment between Pitkin County, Colorado Public Radio, Carbondale Community Access Radio, and Roaring Fork Public Radio.
So moved.
I'll second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 See you back on the 12th.
All right, sounds good.
Thank
Thanks,
you,
everybody.
Drew.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
With your polka music.
All right.
Bruce, there is a seat in the front up here if you'd like to sit down. Okay. Okay, now we're moving on to number 9, which is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners approving a fleet mix forecast for submission to the Federal Aviation Administration as part of the airport layout plan development process. And, okay, are you going to be presenting this, Dan?
I believe I am, and I'll bring
Okay.
Brad Jacobson up here as well, if you'd like, and Bill Flock as well. So,
Hi, Brad. Thank you for being here, and Bill. Nice to see you guys again. I before we move on, I forgot to say, Brad, that I thought your presentation yesterday was incredibly clear and concise. I was really impressed. It was really well done, especially since you didn't have your graphics. So thank you for that.
How did you do a winging it?
Already, we cannot hear. This room seems to just soak the sound in, and the other system is not working.
And my voice is loud, so if you can't hear me, that's a bad symptom.
I know, and it's a public hearing, and
Yeah.
if we had this at the airport advisory group meeting, where we could not
Wait,
hear
wait,
anything.
she's not on a mic, so she's not being heard by the public.
All right, so everybody speak up.
okay. I'll do my
Thank you,
best.
Dan.
So Dan Bartholomew, Airport Director, and I'm joined today with Brad Jacobson and Bill Flock with Jacobs Daniels. They're our airport layout plan consultants for
Louder.
this project.
Louder.
Even louder than that.
Louder.
Wow.
That was not loud.
I will try. Today we're bringing to you the aviation fleet mix and forecast for the Aspen-Pitney County Airport, which is part of our airport layout plan process. There are two components to an airport layout plan that require FAA approval. One is the forecast and fleet mix. The other is the airport layout plan page itself. So the ALP is required to be updated. Our current ALP shows a runway shift as opposed to a taxiway shift to require the FAA's mandated removal of a modification to standard that we currently have, which is the separation between our current taxiway center line and our current runway center line of only 320 feet. The federal guidelines show a 400-foot separation requirement for that. So currently our ALP addresses that with a taxiway shift.
Oh, Andrew, you are awesome.
I think this is going to work. That's pretty bold, Andrew. Okay. Is that better?
Close. You have to get close to it.
Wow.
You can pick it up. You don't have to leave it on.
Oh, no, I don't want to go full
You don't want
Sonny
to look
Bono
like a
on this
rock
thing.
star, Dan?
No.
Come on, right into the mic.
you may not know what I might do with it then, so.
I don't
yeah,
think it's picking you up, though, so.
It's still?
It's
It's
not
not?
ambient, it's
How's-
direct, so you have to get close.
How's that? Is that better?
Better.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. So, going through a fairly lengthy 18-month,
Is that working? No.
is that better?
I can hear him
Yes.
better.
Oh my God, that's.
You're gonna
oh,
probably wanna hold it.
Well, actually, with my notes and everything, it might be hard, but I'll get as close
Okay.
as I can here.
Okay.
Sorry about that. So we did go through an 18-month community process, the visioning process, the common ground recommendations, and the consensus from those meetings was to shift the taxiway to meet these standards as opposed to the runway. Our current ALP shows the runway shift as opposed to a taxiway shift. So in order to meet those common ground recommendations, they need to be applied to a federally mandated document such as the airport layout plan to make those changes available for the airport. Anything that wants to be either development or federal funding for any airport project needs to be codified on an approved, FAA-approved airport layout plan. So that's the process we're going through right now. The forecast and fleet mix are part of that because the forecast and fleet mix are the planning tools for the ALP, the next 20 years, if you will, from the airport. So it's a key part of that process. Currently, the draft forecast and fleet mix that we're proposing shows a 1.3% growth in passenger enplanements through our passenger terminal, with the Airbus A220-300 series being used as the planning critical aircraft. Okay, this is not an oracle. This does not say that we're going to meet or exceed the 1.3% growth rate, or that the Airbus A220-300 is going to operate here. This only says that we need to plan our facilities to accommodate that type of aircraft. That's all it says. Okay, I think that's important. These are planning tools, and that's all they are. I think it's also probably germane to mention that that the FAA has been unwavering about their stance on this. And again, it's important to note that our existing ALP shows a runway shift. If they got to a position where they decided development is necessary, they could move forward or would move forward with what our existing ALP shows and our existing environmental process shows, which would be a runway shift. We are trying to reverse that, so to speak, and go to a taxiway shift. And this fleet mix and aircraft fleet mix and forecasts are a component of getting to that point.
Can I ask a clarifying question
Yes, ma'am.
about that? So if they say you have to move the runway and not the taxiway, are we then compelled to conform to that?
Yes. With the caveat that they can maintain that design standard, we are removed from any discretionary funding at that point from the FAA. And that's based on the fact that we brought the grants to you this morning. I think it's also important to note that we spent almost $6 million this year just on pavement maintenance for our taxiway and de-ice pad, not even our runway. Last year we spent slightly less than that for some other work. We have, as of current, our existing entitlement balance with the FAA is $1.8 million. That's all. We will receive another $2.4 million on top of that next year for the work. That leaves us with $4.2 million in entitlement funds. Given that we did some relatively minor work this year for $6 million, we're going to have to make some tough choices next year on what we actually repair and what we don't, without any discretionary funding sitting out there. On top of that, as came up yesterday, last year we definitely noticed some deterioration in the runway surface. So we went forward and did some core samples. Those came back iffy at best in some places, I'll put it that way. To get a better understanding of what's going on with that, we did a non-destructive testing this year during the closure, and hopefully we'll have that data back mid to late July, and then we'll come back and report to you on how that is sitting. But things are not looking rosy for our runway right now. It's not, it's not detrimental, but in the next 1 to 5 years, we don't know what the situation is with that runway. And we will need discretionary funding, hence an approved, a decision to move forward with some of those modification standards decisions before we'll be allowed to have any of that funding. And other projects are in line with that too, such as our passenger terminal and other things that are going to need discretionary funding to help us pay for those, because they're expensive projects. So those really come down to some of the budgetary and the development impacts and the common ground impacts of the fleet mix forecast. Again, we're not required to get approved. The FAA standards do not require us to get airport sponsor approval to submit a fleet mix and forecast. That came out of the resolution 105/2020. So we're bringing it to you to send that draft forecast to the FAA for the approval. We have been working with the FAA on this forecast. They have made it very clear they will not accept anything less than what we have in the draft forecast as of now. Anything less they see as amounts to discrimination and access controls and potentially safety issues with the airport moving forward. So they have drawn a hard line in the sand with this.
And by that, you mean anything smaller than the Airbus 220-300?
Anything less than a forecast of a 1.3% growth rate, yes.
Those two things?
Those two things.
Thank you.
Correct. So with that, I will open it up to if you have any questions for any one of us.
Yeah, go ahead, Kelly.
Hypothetically, if our growth forecast was 0,
Mm-hmm.
would we still be submitting a forecast and fleet mix as part of the ALP?
Yes. We are required to submit a forecast and fleet mix regardless whether it's a plus or a minus. We'd still have to submit that as part of the project.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions? Steve?
Well, I was just doing a theoretical thing that
Mm-hmm.
if we voted today to not accept this and we reverted to our existing ALP,
Mm-hmm.
then I was thinking about the runway shift, but I was wondering what other things are in the existing ALP that we might or might not like. And I was trying to remember having seen it, some previous years, but what are some of the big points of I think there was FBO or future airline facilities on the west side of the runway, for instance, was one thing that was in there, but
Mm-hmm.
could you just fill us in a little bit on what the existing ALP
Sure.
specifies?
Absolutely. So as you're correct, it does show a a runway shift to the west to get us to that full Group 3 separation, then basically a removal of modification standard. It also shows a parallel taxiway on the west side to accommodate some facilities. I don't believe it's called out with any specificity of the type of facility, but it does show aprons, so to speak, in a facility over there. And that taxiway, the object-free areas for that taxiway, that parallel taxiway, would impact Owl Creek Road and hence possibly the open space there. So another reason why we're looking at the taxiway shift as an alternative. Those are the primary things I would say.
And are there things on the east side that would change from what they are now?
Yeah, so there's a location for a new location for a terminal, so a new terminal, parking for the terminal, some things such as that. But I can't think of anything controversial, so to speak, in that. But then again, I wasn't here during the Common Ground recommendation process, so I don't know what was pulled out as being controversial on the east side for that.
And would that with that ALP, would the buildings on the Owl Creek side be required or just as an option?
That's a good question. Trying to think. We don't. It depends. So the FAA has a mandate that if you have space, geographic space on your airfield, to accommodate. Let's say, to give you an example, we have a backlog, if you will, or a wait list for based aircraft.
Mm-hmm.
They would very much like to see us get rid of that wait list. So to accommodate as much aeronautical activity, that's what their focus is, in the space we have available. So yes, from that standpoint, they could require, and I'll put that in air quotes, that development over there to accommodate that backlog or that wait list.
So I have a point of clarification. Because when we discussed it yesterday, it wasn't clear to me it was home base aircraft for this additional 60 parking places. So it is prioritized to take that wait list for our locally based aircraft for them to have a parking
No, I wouldn't say it's prioritized necessarily. That's an example of one of the things they'd like to see us accommodate here.
Is the 60 people on the list, is that locally based?
They're
or is it a
considered
variety?
they're considered individuals, locally based individuals that have an aircraft that they would like to base here. Yep. Now that's treated a little differently than local operations. Local operations are ones that stay roughly within 20 miles. So you could have an itinerant aircraft, somebody that lives in Denver that brings
Love
their
that
aircraft
word.
up here, but does some touch and goes around the airport. That's a local operation with a non-locally based aircraft. So there's.
So when you're talking the locally based that do loops around town, that's our local aircraft that,
Potentially,
the little guys that we see
it could
up there.
be local, it could be an itinerant pilot, but doing local operations. It gets a little fuzzy.
Okay.
Taking off and landing.
Correct.
So just further clarification on that, when I'm thinking about the operations, the backlog and parking also includes itinerant operations.
Yes, I mean,
Planes serving those itinerant operations.
there's a potential that
Those
we.
are the folks flying all over the world. They just,
Yeah,
they
there-
want to park here sometimes.
There are times that we are full at the end, so to speak.
Right.
It's not often, but we do have that. And then when that becomes an issue, yeah, it's a drop and go issue probably at that point. Yeah.
So any benefit of that would be we might reduce the number of drop and goes where they wouldn't have to drop off and go park somewhere else.
More parking space means probably fewer drop and goes, correct. Depending on the reason for the drop and go.
Right.
I have another clarification question, Dan.
Mhm.
So what we're approving today, just help me with this, is only a part of what might become a future ALB. It's only the fleet mix forecast that we're approving today. It's not the entire ALP. It's not moving the runway. It's none of that stuff. It's just the forecast.
You are absolutely correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Can I add to that? Because another statement that was made yesterday, so the public would be aware of, was a statement that was interesting about self-funding. Self-funding still requires FAA approval for an ALP update.
Absolutely. And it will still require an environmental process as well. Yep.
Right.
Francis, can I say something real quick too?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so Jackie Francis, so I've been a part of this a long, long time, longer than Dan, and about 20-some years being on airport advisory committees, and was on the vision committee for a year and a half as the navigator, and then another year and a half I've been the chair of the airport board. And we had a robust discussion about just moving this forward. And I just want to emphasize that it passed 5-2 on the airport board. And we did our homework. We did our reading. I feel like, you all need to understand how much time and effort and intelligence and expertise we kind of put into this. As we're going forward with decisions, I feel like we'll come to you when we think things need to be paused and slowed down. And I think right now there's much more risk delaying at this point. I think there are going to be times down the road where we're going to need to take a lot more time, with our community, have a lot more input. I feel like right now, if we do a lot of delaying, it's going to have ripple effects, and it's really going to slow down a lot of the things Dan needs to do at the airport. The really, really important maintenance, the really important work that needs to be going forward right now with the terminal, and we can't do any of that. So if you guys don't feel like the airport board is being effective in its role, then you should disband us, because if this is going to become a community effort where everybody gets to put their input into it, this is just not going to get us to where we need to be with the airport. And I feel like that's not doing our job as community members and people concerned. I am not a big growth person. I do not want to see, crazy growth at the airport. But that's not what we're talking about right here today. That's not. We're talking about keeping a process going forward and slowing that process. That would only slow everything down more. And eventually the community would be really pissed about that.
I'm not quite sure why are you directing that to the board or to the public? I'm a little confused because
Maybe
the board
both.
awards you guys a great deal of respect. We set it up so that and we were very selective about the people on it. So I don't think you have to question the respect from the board from the BOCC from what your board is doing.
Thank you, Francie.
Okay, yeah,
I have some technical questions I'd like to ask.
okay.
Okay. So I.
To whom? Like
To probably
Brad,
these three
Bill, and
smart
Dan.
gentlemen
Okay.
over here. As you may know from yesterday's questions, so I'm honed in on the GA stuff. I need a further picture. I went back and read in more detail the fleet mix, which you very clearly put together, that I didn't pay a lot of attention to before yesterday. But I'm just wondering, I keep going back to this notion of the critical aircraft. Check my understanding if that's an important place to be focused on. And then I further want to understand how the critical aircraft of the 220-100, which we adopted from the Common Ground recommendations, and the 220-300, which is the FAA wants to see in this fleet mix forecast, compares to the GA aircraft fleet mix that is being projected for the newly designed airport. And I've noted those as the G650, the 700, the 800, the Bombardier Global 8000, the Dassault Falcon 10X. Are they equivalent to the 220-300? Do they run the possibility of being the new critical aircraft that replaces the 220-300?
Kelly, we cannot hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm talking about as loud as I can, but I used to be a cheerleader, so I'm going to dig deep. Okay. So I'm focused on the critical aircraft for which the fleet mix and forecast is recommending as the 220-300 versus the critical aircraft that we adopted in Resolution 105, which was the 220-100, and how the GA aircraft fleet mix projected for the future airport design plays into this. So I just don't understand. I don't know enough about those aircraft to think about them in the context of, you know, how they compare to these commercial aircraft, which I feel like I know enough about. So if we can get some clarity on those types of planes, what is it projected, you know, how do they compare physically, how often, you know, how many people are going to buy them, how often are we going to see them, you know, those are sort of the things that I don't fully understand. Is there a possibility that one of those now becomes the critical aircraft for Aspen's future airport?
Let's pass the microphone just to make things.
Oh, sure, yeah, I'll be okay. Yeah, sure, so let me address that. So let me start with the general aviation aircraft that you referenced. Many of those aircraft are still in production, so they're not yet flying. So the Gulfstream 700, 800, the Dassault 10X, et cetera. We projected those to increase over time at a rate similar to what similar-sized aircraft today are growing at. So, for example, we assumed a Gulfstream 650 would replace, say, a Gulfstream 500. We're assuming it's going to be generally the same type of operator, the same type of owner, who's going to upgrade to the newer aircraft. Okay, so those aircraft, all of them that are in the fleet mix, are all smaller wingspan-wise and weight-wise, maximum takeoff weight, than the Airbus A220-300. The reason the Airbus A220-300 is the critical or demand aircraft is that to expand the runway to the full Group 3 capability, and 150, that would require a 150-foot width. The FAA's engineering guidelines demand that that runway be designed to handle an aircraft of at least 150,000 pounds. The Airbus A220-300 weighs 156,000 pounds. So it's the next aircraft in line that would qualify for that design aircraft criteria. So it is significantly larger than any of the GA aircraft that you mentioned. And I think I don't have the exact numbers off my head because I mentioned yesterday, I think there are about 168 different types of aircraft that serve Aspen today. But I think if you go to that fleet mix table, you can see the percentages represented by all of those aircraft, by the new Gulfstreams, Dassaults, et cetera. And it's a relatively small portion of traffic at the airport. And again, what we're kind of assuming, and this is based on conversations with Gulfstream and some of the operators, is that the people who operate the 400s and the 500s today are going to be upgrading. Those are the ones buying the 600s, 700s, et cetera. So.
And I'll add, Kelly, the FAA pushed us very hard on the numbers of those general aviation aircraft that we had in our forecast. And we made the argument that we were growing those at the same rate that the current aircrafts, the Gulfstream 450s and 550s, 400s and 550s, were growing at. And they ended up accepting that. They weren't happy about it. They believe they're going to grow much faster. But again, understand that the forecast is a planning tool. So the FAA is just trying to make sure that they have enough of these larger aircraft to ensure that the geometry of the airfield can accommodate them. We're not saying they're coming. We're saying we have to plan for it so that we're not restricting them. The same discussion we had yesterday about the A220-300 versus the A220-100. We think the 220-100 is a fantastic aircraft for this market, and we believe that you will see them. We're not convinced that the 300 is great for this market, but to accommodate this process, we're including that in so that the geometry doesn't preclude it from happening in the future.
Right, no, I get it. Okay, thank you.
So just to add on to that, so I think what you're saying, Brad, is that the FAA is requiring us to build an airport that would accommodate the Airbus 220-300 were it to be bought by some of our providers and they wanted to land here with that aircraft.
Correct. I would say could be accommodated, but tomato, tomato.
But you expect the 100 to show up rather than the 300?
I personally expect the 100 to show up well before the 300, and I'm not convinced that the 300 will ever come into this market.
Yes, because why in the world would the airlines fly something that big into here with that many passengers?
It's a 20-year time frame, so I think anything could happen in the future, but.
Yes, we could have electric airplanes. Patty?
I just want to clarify, when you set the weight at 150,000, and you say the 300 is going to be 156, so the public knows that we can bring in aircraft that weigh a little more than 150, but they look at the number of times that aircraft comes in because of the impact to our pavement on the runway.
That's correct. And I would add, Commissioner, that the FAA sets that requirement. Right. And the FAA is driving that accommodation.
I just wanted the public to know, well, how can you, if you limit it at 150, how can you bring in a plane that's heavier? It's because of the number of times that plane, because they're concerned about the quality of life for our runway.
Correct.
And our community.
We'll come back to you.
Okay.
Bless you.
Is that 150-pound limitation one of the criteria that distinguishes the ADG3 from an ADG4 or ADG?
Yeah, so in the design standards for the runway width, there is a caveat that says aircraft of greater than 150,000 pounds require a runway width of 150 feet, whereas aircraft of less than 150,000 pounds, maximum takeoff weight, can operate on a runway with a width of 100 feet. So what the FAA is doing is they're saying, listen, we're not going to allow you to build your runway at a 100-foot width, which would thereby restrict aircraft greater than 150,000 pounds maximum takeoff weight from operating here. That's their I'm certain that is their entire rationale for the A220-300 in the fleet mix.
Okay,
But
Steve?
100 wouldn't fit that anyway.
The 100 is less than 150,000 pounds maximum takeoff weight, therefore, we could
Have 100
technically have a 100-foot runway, which is,
Thank you.
I wanted to ask about that weight, the 150,000 pound. That you say maximum, does that mean like it's totally loaded with fuel, has a whole bunch of passengers, a whole bunch of luggage on there? That's like the maximum weight that aircraft would carry?
Yeah, it's full payload.
correct. There's a design, all aircraft have design characteristics, right? It's kind of like the specs of the aircraft. And one of those specifications is the maximum allowable takeoff weight, which is full fuel, full passengers, full cargo.
Okay, it's sort of like 18-wheelers, the tare weight versus, when there's a bridge restriction of so many pounds.
Correct.
That's not an empty truck going across it, that's the fully loaded truck going across it. Same principle.
Same principle.
Okay.
So if we have more questions, let's do them now. If we have discussion, let's wait till after the public hearing. So are there any more questions right now? Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing. Dan, I think maybe we'll use your spot for them to come up to.
We'll put a new
And if we could move the mic there, that would be great.
So let me just get a read on the room. How many of you would like to speak during the public hearing? Okay, just a reminder, we're gonna hold you to 3 minutes. And if we have anybody online, we'll alternate back and forth. Do we have anybody online, Andrew, that you can see?
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
Nobody's raised their hands yet to comment, but we do have folks online.
Okay, so if you are wanting to comment, please raise your hands if you're online, and then we'll call on you as the time comes. I think we'll start with the gentleman who came up earlier. If you'd like to come back up, we'll start with you.
Thank you. And I'm watching my watch.
I got my timer on, so.
I had the pleasure of serving in, James Hughes. I had the pleasure of serving as a West Windsor Township Committee member for 3 years back in the 1970s. So I've been sitting in your seats. I joined the committee 1 year after the governing body decided to give up its control of sewers to a regional sewer authority. It didn't understand giving up home rule. And so by the time I got on the committee, and 5 years later, we had a town that went from 4,500 people, quite satisfactorily for 300 years, to 15,000. It's never recovered, ever. The question I have for you is, if the hedge fund business believes that the running of an airport is an incredibly productive and valuable asset, and we have here in Aspen most of the hedge fund managers of the world, the best, why would we not ask our managers to run our airport? Why would we give up those revenues? I don't understand it. I do know what happened in West Windsor. I also discovered when I served in your positions that there were very, very few things that our government had the right to do on its own. Because almost everything we wanted to do, there was some higher order of government that had that authority. What amazes me in this conversation, I've written my letters, you've read them, is the opportunity to run the airport ourselves, particularly when it's an upside-down airport. That is, we have 83% private and only a tiny percent commercial. I flew as a living, not a plane, but as a passenger for years and years and years. I'm all over the world out of this airport. And I kept seeing that the private aircraft were benefited, and I wasn't. That doesn't matter. I just think profoundly, when you have an opportunity in a community to run something yourselves that the world sees as a profoundly valuable revenue-raising asset, and you give it away, That seems very stark to me, and that was the problem I faced when I sat in your seats. The other thing I would say,
30
am I done?
seconds, 30
Oh,
seconds.
Okay. The only other thing I would say is that repeating, we have in our community the most brilliant hedge fund managers in the world. Why not convene them to run the airport? They're flying in and out. They know what's going on. Why not keep those revenues here? Thanks.
Okay. I'd like to clarify something for the public here. So we're not making a decision today or in the next little while about who's going to have the FBO. It's actually not what's on the agenda today, so I would ask you to restrict your comments to what is on the agenda, which is passing the fleet mix forecast as part of the ALP. We are not passing the ALP today. Any questions about that? Okay. Anybody else from the back row? Bill? Or on both sides? Anybody else in the back row want to come forward? Okay, the next row, Susan.
I'm Susan Taylor, and I live in Woody Creek. I am a resident of Pitkin County, and am a concerned citizen and involved with aspen fly and, you know, I was sitting here thinking while I was going through the meeting that, you know, this is great, July the 4th, by the people, for the people, great celebration. But most of the people here are on somebody's payroll to be here. And so the people that I talk to are not here because they can't be here. But the people I talk to have, without a fail, said, we want an airport that works. We want a larger terminal that works. But we do not want bigger planes in Aspen. And they don't care about whether it's a longer runway, wider runway. None of that detail matters to them. What they care about is the quality of life in Pitkin County for the residents of Pitkin County. And so along that line about, you know, speaking for people that can't be in this meeting because they're working, you know, they can't afford to be here. Is this resolution formal or informal? Anybody answer? If it's formal, was there a notice filed in the paper or online 10 days ago to announce to people that this was happening so that if they could possibly be here, they would be here to make a comment about what they think should be happening in their county, in their backyard? And so, you know, I didn't see something 10 days ago. Has this been, you know, is this following that process so that the people that actually are impacted most? And, you know, I speak for the people, Pitkin, Garfield, Eagle. Only Pitkin gets a voice. But I spoke to someone yesterday randomly that lives in Garfield that works at the airport. She said, you know, I just want a bathroom I can get to. I want a terminal that works. I want to be able to go to the bathroom. I do not want bigger planes. And that is without fail the comment I have gotten from every resident that I have talked to. People don't care about whether it's longer, wider, heavier. None of that's important. What they care about is quality of life. Can I get to Maroon Bells? Are there going to be blackout dates? You know, can I get up 82 to work? Can I go out to eat? And the airport impacts every one of those decisions. This is not a vacuum. And so what is the process? You know, also, will there be public comment on the second reading?
I'm sorry, that's your time. Thank you.
Yes?
If you want to talk to the county with a phone call and get an answer to your questions, that will happen if you give them a call. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, who's next? Somebody from the other side of the room? Anybody over there? Don't be shy, we have to get you all up here. Okay, Suzanne?
Hi,
Hi, Suzanne.
I'm Suzanne Caskey.
I think you're going to have to use the mic.
Okay. Of course, since I've been calling for it, I don't move up to it.
You have to get close to it.
Is this better?
Could you hear Suzanne in the back? Yeah.
Okay, good. I want to comment in the context of growth management because it's what I've been most concerned about since I moved here because of the fact that it's so important, because of the fact that it's, if it was a part of the Holy Trinity, it'd be the three parts of the Holy Trinity in Pitkin County, as well it should be. You have just convened a fabulous group of 26 people on the Growth Advisory Committee and have seen them come forward with an amazing report. Extremely complex, thorough, like one person described it as it was like playing 3D chess, and I agree. The airport was not considered in that process, and I would love to see you take up the offer of that committee who said that they would work as a focus group on anything that came up having to do with growth management, and this does, to give their voice to it. If you, the things that you asked for, a principal charge that you made to that group was consider growth management through the lens of climate change. Here we are again. We're talking about a growth generator. And I think this community, we all know it's unique. None of us would want to go anywhere else. And it is unique because there are unique people here who have grit and courage and the will to find any way they can to limit growth to the extent that we want to. My fear in having it be stated that this really is not all that important. I know it's important to the FAA, but it won't cause larger planes to come here. That's not where we are now. I have never seen that play out. I have never seen it. If something is presented and someone says, we just want you to look it over, but we're not going to rely on it, and you say, well, it looks real good to us, they're going to be back. So I hope that one thing that I think is at stake here is the trust of the community. I know that I have heard already two people, Amory Lovins, Wayne Etheridge, and others, say, I will go on, we've done it before, to go to visit our congressman, to go to Washington, to explain what we really are and why we want to remain different. I think we can do it again. And I think there are people already telling you that they will volunteer to do it.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Thank you.
I'm not going to know everybody's name, so if you could raise your hands again, please. Great, in the front row, come on up.
Thank you. I'm John Sarpa. I was part of the Vision Committee. And in simple words, you've been contemplating this for a long time. Many citizens have contemplated this a long time. You've had two different boards of people put together, carefully chosen, hopefully, and give a lot of thought to this. I would encourage you to take that cumulative advice today. The airplane's one piece, and it's a shame it gets put into any single box, because calling this a big plane box is just not fair or appropriate. It's a complex set of interconnected issues and problems with the federal aviation, with our government here, and our citizenry. And I think in order to keep it moving forward, I would encourage you to take the advice of all the people you've asked, your own staff and others, what to do and how to do it. You're the decision makers. But you've had a lot of people say, this step is important. Take this next step, as you've said, Ms. Chairwoman. It's just one step, and it's an important step for sure. And it's one I encourage you to make based on all the good people that have spent so much time thinking about this in giving you their advice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Emery?
Thank you. Yesterday's meeting was told I had impugned the motives of staff. I don't think I did that. I certainly didn't intend to. I did criticize and document specific things staff did. I don't know, and I didn't speculate about why they did it. The steel wall of the FAA is important, but history shows it is not impregnable. We once faced the steel wall of the EPA, but Patty led a heroic resistance and prevailed. The FAA suspended our airport's discretionary grants over the curfew, but a good permanent solution was reached. It was not unjustly discriminatory because it applied to all airplanes and operators, not just GA, exactly like our non-discriminatory wingspan limit today. Yesterday's claim that we cannot restrict some ADG-3 aircraft is incorrect. While we cannot pick and choose, but only influence which aircraft can land here, and FAA always wants to allow as many types as possible, our ordinance barring wingspans over 95 feet was agreed with the FAA to implement and match our modification of standard. The FAA certified that combination is safe, and nothing has changed to make it unsafe. John Bauer told you the FAA calculated the 95-foot limit, so our current layout would provide equivalent safety to the proposed new layout with 118-foot wingspans. The only potential safety issues with the present layout could come from operating on a broken runway or operating planes bigger than 95 feet, and no one's proposing either, so safety is a red herring. In response to my 11 April question, John Bauer told you that if the county doesn't insist on bigger planes, we can keep our wingspan limit and modification of standard and just risk losing discretionary grants. Renewing the runway changes nothing because new need not mean bigger. The new airport layout plan should still honor John's assurance no matter who pays. Our MOS and wingspan limit remain valid unless we choose to give them up. Ensuring capacity to serve imaginary visitors sleeping on imaginary pillows makes the forecast not conservative but simply exaggerated. A realistic forecast of actual needs recognizes actual lodging constraints. Then bigger planes and a new airside aren't needed. Yesterday, I offered a 5-step agenda to move forward with the FAA and get the airport that this community wants and needs. It's in the slide deck and notes I sent you all last night. I respectfully commend it to your attention. Finally, with all due respect to your earlier remark, please do invite the Jackson Hole officials to come tell you why they took over and run their FBO and how that's working, because we won't need the FAA grants if we keep the FBO revenues. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Who'd like to go next?
Thank you.
I'm going to take a little bit of liberty with my comments. This is an email I sent to all the board members. I hope you received it.
Could you introduce yourself, please?
I'm Wayne Etheridge. I live in Woody Creek, former commissioner, still in recovery.
You ever get out?
If I could, dear commissioners, every once in a great while, elected officials have the opportunity to make a dramatic and lasting positive impact on the entire community. The FAA has provided its vision for the future of our airport and, by extension, the community. The demands of the FAA remind me of those by private pilots in the early 90s to make the airport a 24/7 facility, and by the EPA to remove 4 feet of soil from the Smuggler neighborhood, displacing an extraordinary number of people, and by the Colorado Department of Transportation, who proposed to sell the Penny Hot Springs to the adjacent property owner who had registered numerous complaints regarding public use of the springs. During discussions with the FAA regarding 24/7 operation of the airport, it quickly became apparent that the FAA was not a friend of our community. That's still true. As a result of the FAA's position, opposition began to grow at the BOCC, which provided some political cover for a BOCC and citizens group funded by Don Henley and organized by former BOCC member Dwight Shellman to bypass the FAA. Through connections in Washington, the community was able to secure legislation ultimately resulting in the maintenance of the curfew at our airport. Due to a monumentally bad decision by Pitkin County staff, the EPA was invited to examine soils adjacent to the old Smuggler smelting site with the apparent intent to have the soil used for the Centennial development. In short, the EPA allegedly found soil heavily contaminated with lead. Fearing the power of the the EPA, Freudian slip, the county staff suggested what amounted to a surrender to the EPA, as Patty no doubt remembers. While some members of the BOCC and the medical community began to ask where all the lead poisoning cases past and present could be found, the EPA had no answers. As a result of the leadership of some members of the BOCC and the community, the EPA agreed to test the soil on lab animals and found, in essence, that there was not a problem at Smuggler requiring the drastic remedy that they had proposed, so the community was allowed to remain intact.
You are approaching 30 seconds.
Thank you. Not so very long ago, Pitkin County would not allow itself to be pushed around by anyone or any agency. I hope that is still the case. The FAA regional administrators told you how you're going to operate the airport down to specifying the type of aircraft that must be accommodated. As was the case with the EPA, the county staff and the majority of airport advisory committees seem to be suggesting surrender. The FAA wants the airport to look, feel, and literally smell the same way, regardless of adjacent terrain, weather conditions, and existing noise and air quality issues. I strongly suggest that you assert your right on behalf of your constituents to keep locals' wingspan, curfew, and operational considerations in place. One quick suggestion. I agree with the FAA. I find myself in an awkward position. If, in fact, you start this process by approving the airport aviation forecast, you're on the path to a larger aircraft. And while people who have 450s and 550 Gulfstreams may move up, those planes aren't going anywhere. They're going to be purchased. They're going to wind up in Aspen. So you are, in fact, increasing GA operations if you take this step. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne. Who's next?
I think Bill Thompson he's had his hand up for a while over there.
Okay, I'll get you next, Tom.
Bill Thompson.
I mean, Bill.
Hi, hi. Thanks for having me. My name is Mike Flory. I'm a longtime fan of Aspen. I was a ski bum back in the day and moved back 6 years ago now, full time. Because of my time here, I ended up in the travel industry and ended up CEO at a few different positions. And I have to say, at every single position, you have those decisions that are the ones that you're all facing right now. And it's really, really, really difficult. So first of all, I want to thank you all for your service. I've been watching and listening very, very closely everything that the FAA has said, everything that the community said, and I don't envy any of you in having to make this decision. I think that the thing that I wanted to say is, having watched the city and the town evolve over all these years, I came out in the early 90s and then coming back, I've seen these types of decisions that come up. It relates to housing and traffic and the airport, and they never seem to get any easier. In this particular case, I've heard what the FAA has said, and it seems very, very clear to me the direction that they're pushing us to go. And Where would you like to go?
That's hilarious. That was perfect.
That is good.
Siri will tell us the answer.
And I think really what I'm getting to is it's time for leadership for all of you to really. This is our decision. There's going to be people that are going to be upset in either direction. I think that ultimately, as a CEO in the travel industry, I've seen the importance of airlift. I've seen the importance of quality, safety, consistency, and I've also heard very clearly from the FAA the downside risk if we choose not to go in this direction. So I understand how hard it is. Again, I thank you. I don't envy you, but I hope to. I wish you success with the leadership in the choices that you have to make. And I'm strongly advocating to follow what the FAA is recommending. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Bill.
Thank you. My name is Bill Tomsich, and I've been here for a very, very, very long time working with the airport, actually since 1995 to be specific. That was the first year that I was involved with the program, and that was also the year of the 737 debate, and I remember it well. Virtually every aircraft that was flying back then has been retired long since. I'm here to really support strongly the aviation forecast that has been put together. You heard some criticism of it yesterday, and I'm here to praise it. And again, it is just a forecast, and forecasts can be wrong. You know, as a specific example, I think there may be another public meeting 2 weeks from today on July 12th. That's as far as the National Weather Service forecast goes, and they're calling for a high of 87 degrees with a 17% chance of rain. So we can talk 2 weeks from today and see exactly how accurate that forecast is. One thing I'm sure is that when you go to years 10, 15, and 20, as Brad himself said, the forecast is not going to be perfect, but I think it is an excellent forecast. You know, having been involved in delicate discussions with the airlines myself, sometimes involving some confidential information, which I share as needed with county staff, with the consultants, and that also helped inform this forecast. I feel that this forecast is absolutely spot on. For the first 10 years, it doesn't show any changes in aircraft other than a possible switch from 170 passenger aircraft to another type. But up until 2032, it's still going to be generally 70 passenger aircraft, which actually serve this market really well. We've had 70 passenger planes flying in successfully since 2006, and it's a perfect fit for this market. And based on all the conversations I have with the airlines, and I can't divulge a lot of this, there's future plans, but one thing I can assure you is none of the airlines that I've had face-to-face conversations with, and that includes American, Delta, United, and SkyWest in the past 2 weeks, along with many others, nobody plans to bring in larger, dirtier aircraft. The only airline that even has a plan to bring in any aircraft beyond the 70-seaters is Delta. They have indicated that if allowed to bring the Airbus A220-100, they would love to be able to do so. They're the only operator of that type. And what I'd like to conclude with is I'd like to pass out a letter. I know I only have 45 seconds left, but this is a really powerful letter from the mayor of the town of Newport Beach in California to Delta Airlines Senior Vice President of Network Planning, Joe Esposito, regarding the introduction of the A220-100 into their market. I'd be happy to read it if it granted another 90 seconds to do so, but I'm at the 2.5-minute mark right now.
You guys want to give him another 90 seconds?
To you, Chair.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Dear Mr. Esposito, I'm writing on behalf of the city of Newport Beach to express our appreciation for Delta Airlines' investment in fleet modernization and its recent decision to fly the A220-100 aircraft for its 5 daily nonstops between John Wayne Airport and Salt Lake City. A large section of our community is located directly under the departure corridor, and as such, the city has long sought solutions to mitigate those noise and air quality impacts associated with aircraft overflights. While our efforts have been productive, we recognize the greatest benefits have and will come from improved aircraft technology. At John Wayne Airport, the A220-100 replaced Delta's Boeing 717 aircraft, and our community immediately realized the benefits of the A220's higher climb rate and quieter engine technology. To demonstrate, during the first flights here, the A220-100 measured 5 to 8 decibels lower than the acceptable noise limits at some noise monitoring stations. These results were cause to celebrate in Newport Beach, and we have shared the good news with our community on multiple occasions and will continue to do so. The city applauds Delta's commitment to fleet modernization and its goal of replacing 20% of its older, less efficient aircraft by next year. While some may focus on operational passenger benefits of such an investment, we contend it's equally important to highlight the environmental and community-friendly advantages of your newer aircraft technology. As stated earlier, we believe it is the best long-term solution for relieving the noise and emissions impacts on communities such as ours, and we commend Delta Airlines for its leadership in fleet modernization. Thank you. This is signed by their former mayor.
Thank you very much, Bill.
Of note in this letter, real quick, Supervisor Michelle Steele is now a congresswoman, I think in her second term in office, and I have spoken directly with her about issues at John Wayne Airport.
Who else would like to speak today? Ellen?
And then I think, don't we have, did anybody raise their hands?
What?
Did
I'm
anybody-
waiting to hear from Andrew. You'll let me know, right? There's one person. We'll go to them next.
Hi, everybody. My name is Ellen Anderson, and I'm speaking as a concerned citizen, and I'm also associated with Aspen Fly-Right. And I want to talk about human beings, health, safety, risk. This is the 30-second risk management. In anything we do, there's a certain amount of risk. And even when we get in a car, we're accepting a certain amount of risk. I have heard no community discussion about increased risk for life safety and for health. I like to say acute risks and chronic risks. Those are my terms. Acute would be a plane crash. Happens, boom, here it is. And then we're talking, if you're considering bringing in planes that have twice as many people, you are assuming more risk. I would like a conversation community-wide that we are going into this risk eyes wide open. We know what the risks are. We know that there's a possibility for a mass casualty with twice as many people, and we accept it because more money, more income, better ski, whatever it is, but we accept it because. Then the chronic risk. That's what is coming out of the back end of those airplanes and going to the base of buttermilk. I babysat 3 different kinds of air quality monitors for 5 days, and I can show you on my cell phone, hooked up to the monitors, that a lot of that time, not all the time, there was a big red exclamation mark on my phone saying, air is bad, air is very bad. This needs to be studied. I understand the county is putting out an RFP to study it. But I was discouraged when I talked to the director of environmental health, who said, oh, we don't have to study the nanoparticles because the EPA hasn't set standards for the nanoparticles. I would suggest if you read the emerging literature, there is every reason to study the nanoparticles, and your RFP should include the study of nanoparticles. I also think that the community needs to have a eyes wide open discussion. What are we breathing 2,000 feet off the end of the back end of those airplanes? We simply don't know, and we don't know the long-term health implications for our kiddos who are skiing at Powder Pandas, the hideout. We just don't know. And I think to take that risk without knowing the long-term implications is not in the community's best interest. I want to see conversation about short-term risk, how many people could get killed in a mass casualty, and long-term risk, what are the people who are breathing that air going to suffer in 20 years? I think you have an obligation to the community to have that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. All right, we're going to go online, then I'll go to you, Barry, right after that, okay? So if you are online and your hand is up, if you would unmute yourself so we can hear you, that would be great.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Valerie Braun, and I'm a member of the Aspen Airport Advisory Board. And yes, I was one of 2 votes against approval for the Fleet Mix report. Does it worry you that the caveat that was mentioned a number of times yesterday and today, that the airlines will decide if there is demand for bigger airplanes? Does it worry you that if demand is not there, you will have built a bigger airport for bigger general aviation jets only? Does it worry you that unlike Dwight, Joe, and Michael, who had the will and courage to fight growth and left a living legacy, you may be remembered for building an unnecessarily bigger airport? I would encourage the BOCC to immediately create a task force, perhaps led by Patty Clapper, since she has such deeply ingrained connections in both Denver and Washington, D.C., to begin moving forward legislation to help the FAA accept the completely obvious reasons why Aspen and many other airports should not be lumped into a category without consideration of local terrain, altitude, weather conditions, constraints with regard to space, and community goals and values. Finally, please, please bring the Public Safety Council into this conversation. There has to be consideration of how a community like ours at the upper end of the valley will be able to address any kind of mass casualty event, whether it's an aircraft with 75 souls or 140 souls. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Valerie. Barry.
Watch that knee.
Be careful. Thank you. Evan Marks is going to want to talk after I talk. Whenever his turn is. I'm Barry Vaughn. I'm speaking in my personal capacity today. A few brief points. Number one, I'm not on anybody's payroll today or at any time when I'm dealing with these airport issues. Number two is, it's a fact that a lot of people don't like to hear. They're going to do this when you tell them, but you can't use the airport, we can't use the airport as a growth management tool to achieve what might be otherwise noble objectives in this community. Federal law simply doesn't allow it, and that's what John Bauer told us in various ways so many times. You just can't do it. You know, don't take it from me. Take it from your general counsel in executive session. Yes, you can't use it. We can't use it for that, even though a lot of us would dearly love to. Congress.
Can you hear him in the back? No. Could you get a little closer to the mic, please,
Got it.
Barry?
Maybe something could be done with Congress. Maybe something magical and wonderful. But anybody who points to the congressional legislation on the curfew fight back in 1995, who says that that was a big win for this community, doesn't remember what really happened, because the aviation community basically, not 100%, but basically won that fight. The two-tier curfew that we had back then went away. That was the resolution. So don't think that that was a clear win, that if we go back to Congress, we'll get it exactly the way we want, because that is not what happened back in 95. The county is the sponsor for the airport. It has a fiduciary duty to the beneficiaries of that asset. But the beneficiaries are, in my opinion, they're not just the members of this local community, because we didn't pay for it. It's paid for by the flying public, 100%. And so when you talk about who it is that to whom you owe your, or think about to whom you owe your fiduciary duty, your duty of trust in the management of the airport, please don't think just about the people who live here. Think about them, but also think about the flying public. And that dovetails with the FAA's mandate, safety and accessibility. That's what the airport is all about. It's part of the national airspace system, and they pay for 90% of it on the air side for that reason. It's their money. We're like Danny DeVito, other people's money. It's their money. It's not ours. There's really one prudent path to go forward right now. I worked for an asphalt, concrete, sand and gravel company for over a decade. And I'm not holding myself out as an asphalt expert, but if I saw cores of my company's asphalt with a substrate like we've seen with the cores there, if I was your legal counsel and I saw those, I'm not, he is, I get it, right? But I'd say, do not screw around. Highfalutin technical legal talk. 30 seconds?
Finish your thought.
I will. Please do not dither on that. It takes one chunk of asphalt kicked up by a nose wheel tire into an engine. If you don't have containment in that nacelle, you're going to have Ellen Anderson's disaster. All due deliberate speed should be taken by the county to get that, not just repaired as we're going along, but to get that replacement. Please do not delay. Please do not wait. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Evan? I got mine.
You guys are
on.
being so
Don't,
good.
Don't
Before you
fret,
start
I got
in,
it. You just think about what you want to say. Don't worry about that.
Okay. I know you guys want to probably kick this can down the road.
Probably need to get closer to the mic. So people-
Sorry. I know you guys probably want to kick this can down the road. It is an uncomfortable decision because you know you're going to disappoint some people regardless of whatever the decision is. But there's also a risk of inaction, obviously. Ellen wants to talk about risks. There are lots of risks. Doing nothing and restudying, reanalyzing, as John Sarpa said to the AAB a couple of weeks ago, that's, nothing's going to change. The dimensions upon which you will frame your decision is not going to be enlightened with any more information. I think you guys know that, but it does kick the can down the road. I think that by delay, you're walking merrily by the graveyard. You've put the county, inadvertently, the staff, in a very uncomfortable position where they have to deal with the FAA, who's telling them one thing and you're giving them mixed signals or negative signals to the contrary of what they want you to do. I think anyone who's not living under a rock, and God knows you guys are not living under rocks because of the exposure that you have to so many different people who express their views to you, you're realizing that we are on the verge of moving into an era of financial austerity, not necessarily in Aspen, but by the providers of capital that will ensure the airport is well-maintained and improved and redeveloped. You can't keep on alienating the FAA. This has been going on for more than a decade. And I would commend you to listen to Dan, maybe John, Rich when he gets back, about the condition of the runway. I know I've got a minute left, but I'm going to leave you with this one last thought. Greg, I know that yesterday you were, really grasping at a potential, multi-year extension in the decision-making process for the runway in its reinforcement or repaving, because it's close, but not necessarily at the end of its technical useful life. That's just a bad direction to go in. What Barry just mentioned is reminiscent of the Concorde. You have one opportunity to improve the runway, but if you don't do it in time, there could be a piece of concrete that could go into an engine nacelle, and then all of a sudden the right to operate and own this airport could be taken away from you. The runway is gone. The feds have to fund that. And I know I'm 5 seconds over, but
Finish up.
But I really think that, the risks of inaction on this are greater than kicking the can down the road. You're not going to be more informed with any more studies, Greg. And I know that, Kelly, bless your heart, you're waiting for some 76-seat hydrogen-powered unicorn to come down the pike and rescue us from environmental disaster. That's not coming down the pike for the next 2 decades either, because that's not how business works. That's not how the aviation industry manufactures planes. What you're likely to get in that time frame is another 737 that's got a 170-foot long wingspan, which will need a longer runway. Anyway, that's my wish for you, and I don't envy your decision because some people are going to get pissed off, but sometimes it's just better to grab the bull by the horns because the feds are actually running out of money. The runway for capital is very short. Just yesterday, Biden announced $40 billion of internet infrastructure for rural areas. That bipartisan infrastructure bill is essentially, spent.
We will stay civil in here.
Thank you.
Evan.
Sorry I went over.
Anybody else? Wayne, you've had your chance. Yes, you in the front row. Come on up from the front row, please.
Stop complaining.
Tell us your name.
My name is Denise. I've been here since 1945.
Wow.
Stop complaining about the traffic, the lack of affordable housing, everything that's complained about constantly, and yet you allow the airport to come in with, everybody falls in love with Aspen. Guess what's going to happen? It's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and it's going to eat the environment up. Please consider what the space is in Aspen, and we can't have everyone come into this town. And I've seen it ruined in so many places. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tell us your last name.
B-O-O-K.
Thank you. Anybody who hasn't spoken yet? Anybody else online, Andrew? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. I would like to open up the discussion with just one comment, if you guys don't mind.
To continue this?
I would like to just take this moment to thank the Airport Advisory Board for all the time they've put into this, for the expertise they've brought to the table, for the debates that they've had, the serious consideration they've given to all of the questions at heart. And I do want them to know that we respect their work, and I just want to say thank you.
Thanks, Francie.
Okay, other
I'll go
comments?
first.
All right.
All right, first, I want to clear something up because apparently I have a new job, going to Congress. So see you guys, I'm going to catch the next plane out of here, and maybe it's going to be high electric. I don't know.
Not everybody can hear you, I'm sorry.
First of all, when I took on the fight with the EPA and the Superfund site, the Board of County Commissioners, one of the reasons I ran for office, all 5 members of the Board of County Commissioners voted against the people and moved forward with a record of decision. That actually turned out to not be a bad thing, because what it did was it gave us something firm in our hands to take to Congress and say, this is why it's not working in our community, because we had a plan, we had a document before us, we weren't wishy-washy, we weren't saying, well, maybe if they were going to clean up 4 feet of soil, move all of us out of our homes. We had something to gauge our interest and our efforts with Congress. And we have already, thanks to Jackie Francis, submitted a request to Amory to help us out with that. It's the first request, did not get moving in the right direction, but maybe that's the direction we can go now. If we have a plan in our hot little hands, we could formulate a group effort and go to Congress and lobby to have the law changed, because we are different. We're not special, we're different. And there's a lot of little airports around this country that are in the same boat that we're in, and that's how you gather support and strength to go to Congress and change the law for we, the people of the United States of America. And I think that's an effort that we need to be pursuing, but I think we need to have something to take with us in our hot little hands, as I said. It's not an easy task. I think we've got great connections and people with the energy and the wherewithal to help us get that done, but we need to know exactly what we're doing before we go there. So that's one thing. And if I'm part of it, great, but who knows when that'll be, and hopefully we'll be moving this forward. As far as the comments today, I don't think the Board of County Commissioners is doing this because we want bigger planes. We just want a better airport. We need a new terminal, we've all agreed on. We need to electrify, we need energy efficiency. We need to look at climate change. And we can't do it with our old airport because we need to make improvements to this airport in order to address those issues of climate. And that's when we need to be able to accommodate the next generation planes, whatever their power sources may be. We don't have that in our hot little hands now. And if we wait until those planes are out, it'll be too late. We need to start moving forward with things. Safety is a huge issue for me. I worked in the ER in almost every aircraft GA that we had that crashed at the airport many years ago, and it tore me apart every time. But you know, to me, we also have safety issues with buses that are so full because we don't have enough buses and people are standing up in the aisles on the buses. That to me is another risk that we need to be looking at. I don't have a problem bringing in Public Safety Council, you know, and when we start looking at the safety issues as we move forward, which I think we need to do. I think the community also supports a new terminal, but we need to have a plan in place. We need to have the funding there. We need to get that moving forward because I think that's something everyone I've spoken to in the community agrees with. I've spoken to people from all sides. Not everybody in this community wants to do nothing. There are people out there who are going to support moving this forward so that we can start taking action on an airport that's been sitting there way too long without our attention, and we need to start moving it forward. So that's where I am currently.
Thank you,
I may have more comment. Thank you.
Who else? Helen.
I'll go. So I get it that when I sit in this seat, a lot of people are going to put things in my mouth that I didn't say. And Evan, the last conversation I had about unicorns was with my 6-year-old daughter. And I didn't say anything about hydrogen planes in any of our meetings or conversations about this, though I welcome a future where they arrive. I'm committed to, supporting and submitting accurate information that reflects our community compromises, which we very hardly fought for. And to me, that continues to be Resolution 105, 2020. And that continues to be that hard-earned compromise where I think we envision the FAA as a partner, where I think we agreed to a new ALP that has a wider runway and a moved taxiway. However, what I'm struggling with is that when I look at the 15 elements of that plan, that was a hard-fought compromise, I think, from a very smart group of people that I was proud to appoint at a large community representation, that we are starting to unwind that I'm being asked today to unwind some of that hard-fought compromise. So we had 15 elements of that plan, and what I'm hearing is that number 5, our position on how we want to negotiate GA parking. We're being told that we can no longer pursue what we wanted, which was to maintain our current levels. Number 7, a new terminal. We're being told that we can't do our new terminal first. We have to do everything in concert and agree to an entire plan all at the same time. Number 10, we're being told that we can't design our facilities to manage capacity, which is what the 6 to 8 new gate commitment in that ALP or in that terminal design sought to do. Number 11, flexible gates, again, to manage the number of employments that come in year over year from commercial service. Number 12, which is the biggie here, the moving to a full ADG3 airport and having a ALP that commits to that in terms of the maximum weight of planes that we'd like to receive, the maximum seat size of planes that we would like to see. Let's see, what else was on that list? Number 14, construction phasing. You know, we committed to doing the terminal, the transit improvements first to give time to see how the aircraft industry and innovation development changes so that we could have a runway which would best accommodate that. And we're being told we can't do that. So yesterday when we first started this meeting, we were asked as a board if we are still committed to that resolution. I am still committed to that resolution, which I recognize we still have a group in the community that is fighting against. So we have a lot of good things that I think were a hard-fought compromise, and now there continues to be a part of the community that's fighting against that, and now there are recommendations coming to us to further whittle those things back. So that's what I'm struggling with here, because what I would like to see is for us to fight for the plan that the community brought to us with that hard-fought compromise, and I would like to see our community go to Congress and fight for that plan too. So I'm struggling to kind of adopt all of the recommendations related to the critical aircraft, the 220-300. I'm on board with the 220-100. We fought that out. We battled that out. That was decided in 2020 as far as I'm concerned. So those are the things that I continue to want to see in how we try to partner with the FAA moving forward. I think that, I don't know if we decided if today was the final reading or we're moving to a second reading. I think it would be valuable for our board to have the conversation related to the FBO and the management, business options for us that are on our table for consideration so that the full community can understand what role the FBO and any of its finances play in these other decisions before we make this decision, though I think we need to do it in the next 30 to 45 days. So I'm not looking for long delay on this. And that's kind of where I'm at on this. I still, I want to fight for what we fought for already.
Want to go to Congress with me?
I'll turn it back to you. Definitely.
What, 14 about the pavement, what were you saying about that?
Construction phasing. So when we adopted the resolution, we said we want to be able to work on the terminal and the transit improvements first in order to give time to see, what the aircraft industry and innovation would look like. I feel like we have been told from the FAA that we can't do that, or they don't want us to do that, or they're not going to consider movement on that project without commitments on the runway side.
Yeah, I agree with the last statement that you said.
So.
That's where they stand, as far as I understand.
Good job, Kelly.
Okay, other comments?
Sure.
Greg?
Thanks, Kelly. That was very clear and succinct, and I appreciate your thorough review. That's the problem. What we thought we were going for isn't what we're going to be voting on here. I just have some general notes I'm going to share. I don't know how I'll vote yet. I'm still really eager to hear this conversation play out, but I do appreciate everything I've heard, and I've listened to every comment and read every letter. This is my take on it. It's clear that we're not going to meet our climate, or our noise, and our safety goals at this airport in the foreseeable future. That people are arguing that it's unsafe now is a conversation which is very concerning, but I'm not sure how much weight there is to it, because we wouldn't be in operation if it was an unsafe airport. So we have to filter out the reality from the aspirational. The fleet mix, which I don't believe we have any control over, is going to change to meet federal demands or market demands, and that happens with a much larger market than our own. I don't think we have an awful lot of control over that. If we look at the timeline, I'm just going to read what I wrote because I wanted to gather my thoughts here. If we look at the timeline, the status quo will remain unchanged until at least 2032 or later in the proposed scenario. I can't imagine things being on time, so we're looking at 9 or 10 or more years out anyway. So the cleaner, quieter aircraft we desire will need at least that much time to develop, gain FAA approval, come to market, be adopted, and put into service. As I'm so aspirational that it'll happen sooner, I just don't believe the reality is it's going to happen sooner than that. But we already have this pause in that this project is taking that long anyway, so I can imagine the fleet is going to be changing in the next short time that we're going to be developing and designing an airport. So it's going to take quite a long time for them to come into service. It's discouraging that the FAA isn't considering a future clean aircraft mix, that they don't even put it into their assumptions, or mandating their development. But that's something we don't have a lot of control over. Making the funding for a new airport contingent upon forward-thinking design and clean aviation needs is something that I wish they would do, but they aren't. They don't consider air taxis or alternative fuel. It's really daunting. It's concerning, but they don't. That's the reality. I'm going to move down here. Pardon me for taking a moment. So the larger aircraft at the center of the opposition to changes at the airport are not going to be here for at least 9 years. In that time, we can hope and advocate for cleaner, quieter, more sustainable aircraft fleets, and hope that the FAA gets on the program to promote, permit, and mandate them. And hopefully the industry will actually have something better and more economical to operate than the current projected fleet mix. So I kind of think that the market's going to determine that regardless of how we decide. I do think that we should take advantage of the money and plan the cleanest, most sustainable and efficient airport that we can, that we should include future proofing with vertiports, things like that, efficient, clean landside operations. But I also think it should be part of a master plan for transportation in the valley. And still, we'll apply hope that the future aircraft will indeed be the cleanest possible. I had one more thing here. There is an analogy, which I think is what is happening in the climate and energy space very quickly. It's despite the intransigence and or disbelief in the necessity of climate action, that we see from some states and some legislators, the transition to a cleaner energy economy is happening anyway because it makes economic sense. So we have to rely on the free market to do the right thing, however slowly this happens. Aspirations to a greener and faster track don't really do much. It's the economic circumstances that will change our climate and climate economy. And I think, in a way, the same thing's happening with aviation and with our airport, and it's going much too slowly for me and for many of us. While it's frustrating, the market and the FAA drive the fleet mix, not us. Even if we approve it today, the market will still be driving for improvements in tech, in airline efficiency, and fleet mix. But meanwhile, whatever we decide, we're going to be stuck with dirty, noisy aircraft for at least another decade, if not two. And that will only change when the industry or federal mandates dictate it. So there we have it. It doesn't seem like we're really going to solve a problem by saying no, and it doesn't seem like we're really going to solve the problem we sought to solve by saying yes. I'll just leave it at that for now. Thanks.
So you're firmly planted in the middle.
But I do approve of sending Patty to Congress, and I'll go with her.
Can I just say something real quick about that? So I am trying to get something on your schedule in August with somebody who's a sustainable aviation fuel expert, and she's also really entrenched in the whole industry, and will have a lot of information about the future aircraft. And, you know, I think that's a good way forward to get to the goals of the 30% less, is if we can figure out a way to afford sustainable aviation fuel in our community.
All right, thank you, Jackie. Steve?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have tons of thoughts.
Don't forget to speak loudly so people can hear you.
One would be, if we decided to not pass this, we would end up with the old ALP. And that's something we would have to live with, the runway shift. The runway shift to the west of 80 feet. Something, we learned new information yesterday, which I wish we had had years ago, was that the runway is deteriorating. It's going to have to be replaced sooner than later. I don't think the FAA would want to pay to rebuild the runway right where it is. They're going to want to shift it to the west unless we can do our taxiway shift to the east issue. I was the only commissioner who voted in favor of moving the runway to the west when we had the vote. It was a 4-to-1 vote. When I look at my vision of the airport, I would rather have the runway move farther to the west and have no development on the west side, no FBO, no airplanes parked over there. Right now, when you're driving up the highway, you can see the Pepke Ranch, all the green fields coming down. You don't really see the airport things over there. If we shift a lot of the runway or the airport operations over to the west side, it's going to change the view driving up the highway. When you see the airport, it's going to look like every other airport that you see anywhere across the country. You're not going to see a green field. You're going to see a bunch of airplanes parked over there. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to move the runway over and not use the west side of the airport for parking a bunch of airplanes and putting hangars and all that sort of stuff. At this point in time, if we don't move forward and develop a new ALP, we are going to be stuck with the old one, and a lot of the decisions of what we want to do, I don't think we'd be able to accomplish. I think we need the new ALP in order to accomplish the common ground goals that Kelly was lining out. We might not ever be able to achieve all of those goals, but I think that's our best hope, is a new ALP. the only way to get a new ALP is to pass this thing today, or I think we should pass it today. I don't think we should wait 2 weeks or a month or something. To me, it's important to move forward. So looking at this aviation demand forecast, the committee, Common Ground Committee recommended the 0.8% projected growth rate of the enplanements. FAA says they will not accept that. And I'm going to take the FAA at their word that, I mean, they're the ones that control this huge amount of money that is available, generated by passengers flying on airplanes all around the country. The 1.3, to me, 1.3% growth rate of enplanements, I think is reasonable. I look forward to, or looking forward to what the airport might be in 20 years. Some people are afraid if we bring in bigger commercial planes, there's going to be way more passengers. I suspect the airlines would more likely cut back the number of flights that would come in per day, is a very likely thing to happen. The general aviation, I think they will be really fast adapters of the energy efficient planes, whether they be hydrogen, hybrid, electric, because of the cost of the fuel and the flying. I don't remember the statistics, but I remember something like the cost per mile to fly a small electric general aviation plane was something like 14 cents a mile. And for one of the jets or one of the general aviation planes now, maybe somebody in the audience would know better than me, but it was on the order of several dollars per mile, the cost to fly that plane just for the fuel. So people, the general public who owns planes, you know, money talks, they're going to go for the really inexpensive way they can fly. They're going to be fast adapters of planes that are more efficient. Some of them are going to be longer wingspan, Gulfstream 650s or something. But a lot of them, I think, will be electric and hydrogen and hybrid planes. And that probably in itself will drive the 1.3% increase in enplanements going, you know, in the next 20 years. So I support that 1.3% figure. I think it's realistic. It's not the 0.8 that was recommended by the Common Ground. But I think we need to accept that. To move forward to develop a new ALP, we need to approve this thing today. It's not perfect. There's still a huge amount of things to be decided going into the future that we can't decide today. There's a lot of unknowns in the future that nobody knows what's exactly is going to happen and what the time frame for when the new type of planes are going to be coming in. But if we want to get a new terminal, which we need desperately, if we want to make the GA parking better and safer by the ICAO standards, we need to move forward with the new ALP. If we want to get the possibility of having a very efficient, quieter plane, the Airbus 220-100 flying in here, which uses, I think about a third more efficient fuel-wise, and it's quieter. we need to move forward with the new ALP and with passing this study today. So it's not perfect, but I would like to see us vote in the affirmative today on this.
Francie, can I add something about the 0.08 or the 0.8% number and where it came from?
The growth?
Yeah.
Jackie, I'm going to give you a microphone.
I just want to add something about the growth percentage that we came up with during the visioning committee. And I really do appreciate that that ended up being codified in the resolution, because I particularly fought for that number to be as low as possible. I just wanted to let you guys know that when we actually set that number, it was known to be aspirational. And we had a conversation during the visioning around the table, and I argued for this number, and I said, this is what we should go for. It's aspirational, and there was an expectation that it probably wouldn't hold, because there was a lot of pressure for us to go to a higher number. But I just wanted you guys to know that history, because we definitely set that on a low level, thinking that might be, we'd get pushback.
And on that note, I just want to remind people that the airport only accounts for 40% of our visitors. So we only have so much control with the airport over the growth in the valley. I just wanted to say that also. I mean, we can't put gates and keep cars from coming in. So we have to take the whole picture of the growth in the valley into account and not worry so much about the 1.3. It doesn't mean we're going to grow at 1.3. It's a projection. It's a guess. It's an estimate. It's a, does not mean we're growing by 1.3%. Let's keep that really clear. Greg?
Yeah, I had a couple questions for staff and consultants. And also just a little discussion about how we would move forward either way. If we determine when we get the results of the airport core samples in late July that there's a real problem, what does that mean and how soon do we have to mitigate? This is one of the questions. What would have to happen? Is there an emergency, or we just go about our business and think we're going to get to it when on some timeline that's already been determined? That's the first question. And then the second one is, as Steve points out, if we say no, we've already got an ALP. If we adopt the new ALP, how does the timeline differ in terms of number of years for the process to move forward? Are we already so much farther along in the ALP that's been approved by a number of months, or is it years, or is it negligible? So those are two questions I have. I guess I'm looking at Dan, but
I too. Oh. So that's interesting. I mean, that's a very interesting question, Greg. So hypothetically, if let's say we had a major issue with the runway tomorrow, it's very likely, because our existing ALP, which is a signed document, says that the runway shift should take place. The chances are the FAA, rather than fix a runway for the long term in place versus getting rid of a modification of standard that exists, is going to shift the runway. Yeah. Because that is the existing path forward. We also have an environmental. Whether that environmental, how current it is, could be a little speculative at this point because it's been a number of years. But chances are, because there's an environmental in place, there's an ALP in place, and now we have an issue that is going to require significant discretionary funding from the FAA, chances are that decision is going to be shift the runway and do it right now. So.
Got it. So it would begin
it speeds everything
expediently.
I would say
I
would expect that.
And then the timeline for this new vote, if we approve today, once again remind us of the timeline.
You know, the timeline, now it gets a little speculative, so I'm just going to give my opinion on that. We still, even with the opinion today, we still have to get to the point where we're doing alternatives, which includes adding the common ground recommendations to an ALP. There are a lot of things on the ALP that were not addressed necessarily in the common ground recommendations, because the common ground recommendations look at a 50,000 foot view. An ALP is like a 30,000 foot view versus design documents, which are on the ground. So it'll get us there, but we still have a number of steps to go through. Even beyond the ALP, so let's say we've gotten the forecast, we got approval today, let's say, move forward with the forecast. We still have to go through the alternatives process. We still have to get to a point where we bring the ALP back to this group for their approval to send to the FAA. It then needs to go to the FAA for their approval. It then, once all things are signed, let's say everything's approved, it still needs an environmental on things that were not covered in the previous environmental assessment, or things that need a written reevaluation, which takes time. Then you're talking funding on top of that. So we're talking 5+ years by the time we go through all of that. Plus you still have to design these things. So a new, whether runway or taxiway, terminal, all that stuff goes through a design process. That's several years in itself right there. So we're talking years.
And the discrepancy then between the existing ALP with modifications and a new ALP might be 5 years difference between the two paths, or if I interpreted you correctly?
Yeah, it potentially. Yeah. I think your greatest risk right now is what if something happens to that runway?
Yeah.
You're bound to the existing ALP. You're bound to the existing environmental.
It's going to be fine. And Dan, how far are we behind on the ALP process
We're about 6 to 7 months. Is that? Yeah, I see Brad nodding back
Before
there.
we can submit to us and then
Well,
to FAA.
6 to 7 months behind where we were planning to be at this point.
Yeah.
Right.
Originally, we were looking at submitting the ALP to the FAA, or at least presenting it to you somewhere in November. Now we're looking probably March.
A new ALP.
A new ALP, yes. We're looking at probably somewhere between March and May of next year before we even can submit it to the FAA for their approval.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Oh, sure.
Okay, go ahead, Steve.
Well, just one other thought. I think the very first commissioner meeting when I was newly elected, I think on our first agenda, we were talking about Picken County airport issues. That was more than 10 years ago now. We've been talking about this a long time, and I remember asking John, when can we just, build this stuff right now? Because I wasn't privy to how slow government can move on things at the time.
You've caught up on that by now.
So I understand all that now, but I don't want it to be another 10 years with people still sitting here talking about what are we going to do with the airport.
Kelly?
I guess I have 2 questions and a suggestion and some 2 questions, suggestion, and discussion. Sorry.
Be that cheerleader.
Are we doing a second reading on this?
It is on the agenda for a second reading on July 12th.
Okay.
Okay, good.
July 12th?
Francie won't be here, so we'll have to extend
Really?
it to the 27th, 28th.
Sorry.
And it is up to the board if you want to extend it. Yeah.
But I thought that originally it had said 1 reading.
We had originally talked about it being 1 reading. It does look like it was posted with a second reading if the board wanted to go that
So it's
direction.
a second reading.
Yeah.
What, do we have to go that direction? What does that mean? John?
Do we need a motion or something?
Wait, we don't,
Let me just hear from John.
The resolution that I saw reflected a second reading on the 12th also.
Thank you for that clarification. I guess I'll just ask the other question. I'll say my next question and then my comments, and maybe we'll spark some discussion. But I had proposed having the FBO conversation prior to our second reading. I'm not clear where a majority of the board stands on that.
A public hearing, FBO conversation?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have that conversation in the public anyway. But these are getting tied into each other. So that's why it may make sense for us to understand what does that look like related to self-fundraising solutions at the airport for the common ground recommendations or not. And then, thinking about this, I mean, you know, there's certain things I'm really frustrated about, but I could probably live with. You know, I'm not thrilled about I want to stick with our common ground recommendations, but I could probably move on the 1.3%, which is still a reduction from 2.3%, which caused us to do the whole visioning process in the first place. You know, I could probably budge on the number of parking spaces, because there is some community benefit that we can articulate related to that about reducing drop and goes. I really would like us to submit a fleet forecast that is for the 100. I think that's what our compromise was. That's what the board, you know, we adopted. That strikes some of the, you know, limitations we previously had considered. And if that's the one thing we have to press on with the FAA, it would be meaningful because it would let us keep a smaller runway size. But I don't know how the board feels about that. Or if there's other discussion or reaction that anyone wants to have.
Can I just respond real quick, Francie?
So those are my 2 points.
I agree with the first two, but the third one I think was pretty clear to us. Another point that we hate to have to bend over for Washington D.C., but that FAA said it's going to be the 300 or we're done. So whether it will actually be the 300 that flies in here, we don't know. It's a forecast, and we have to use that number. So I think that's something we may need to.
Can we debate a little?
Well, that's just what I heard yesterday, was that FAA said we're not going with the 300. So correct me if I'm wrong,
100.
anyone.
Well, but we heard that from one person at the FAA who is also, you know, I think a federal government that has some accountability as well. So I don't know if we've pushed on that point to say we have come to the table with you on all of these other things you have asked us to do that we are committing to do, and we want you to partner with us on this thing.
It's worth a try.
It is worth a try, but we may need, that may be the point we need to suck it up on, which I don't like to do, but I don't have a problem bringing it back to them, but understanding that they've already.
I welcome staff and, you know, Jackie's input on that, but.
I would like to see a push against the airlines who are going to be flying in here. I got a pretty clear message from John Bauer that he's not going to budge on that. And we're not going to kick him out and get somebody else in and go to
Francie,
Congress.
they can't hear you.
So I don't see John Bauer budging on that. I think he's been very clear about that on 2 occasions with us, and I felt a bit of impatience from him in the last occasion. And in fact, I've sort of felt there's been impatience from the FAA in general about the timing of what we're doing. But I do think that we could, I don't know exactly what form this would take, but I think discussions with the airlines that are flying in about which airlines they're going to fly in might be a more appropriate place for us to push on that.
But the difference is the implications for GA aircraft based on those 2 design planes, the 100 and the 300.
I mean, because you're saying that we're not going to have to change the size of the runway. Is that what you mean by that?
It's unclear to me. I think what we have heard was that the 150,000 pound weight limit allows you to have a 100-foot runway.
Well, I appreciate your impatience, Kelly, but I've been impatient for 60 years about the environment. Haven't. For 60 years, I've been waiting for this country to make some decisions about the environment. When I was 15, you could have called me Greta at that time. So I don't have it's not going to happen tomorrow. Al Gore's been working on it since 1976.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm talking about a width of a runway.
I'm talking about the impatience with the changes that we want to see, with the common ground recommendations. So, we were ready to go with solar when Reagan was president. So I've lived through all of that, and it is a part of my core. And Al Gore has been my hero since 2000. So, yes, of course I want to see all these things happen, and so does everybody else. But I would really like us to take a realistic approach to where we are where the FAA is, what our consultants have told us, what the AAB has told us, and try to be forward-thinking and realistic without setting us backwards, without coming to a place where suddenly we have to get a new runway. And so the FAA says, well, we're not going to help you fund your new runway unless you move it 80 feet to the west, and then the entire community gets upset because the visioning process is going to go away if it comes down to that. So I would like to see us pass this today, put off some of our discussion about other aspects of the ALP to another time so that we can start making some progress. And, you know, Steve and I have talked about this a lot, and I wasn't going to go there yet, but since before I was commissioner, I was shocked to see the recommendation to move the taxiway instead of the runway. And it will be hard for me. It's hard for you because of the common ground recommendations to vote for this ALP. It will be hard for me to vote for moving the taxiway and not the runway, and having to rebuild an entire new runway instead of moving it and rebuilding it at the same time, not moving the taxiway. I'm with Steve. I don't see buildings and stuff being a good choice for the west side. I don't know all the ramifications. I am not an expert. So I am willing to defer at this point today, and possibly July 12th by Zoom if I can do that. I'm willing to say, okay, this is a first step towards making progress. I think we should approve this. I don't see any positive result from saying, I don't want 1.3 growth. I don't believe in this forecast, so therefore we should wait another God knows how many years. I mean,
Can I react a little bit?
yes, please do.
I'd like to talk.
Would you
to
like the
I'm
microphone
sorry.
to react with?
I'll try to be loud. I'll just be very brief. You know, Francie, I get all that, but, you know, I'm asking for one change in this forecast based on the way the discussion in this board is going that reflects a process of which 123 people provided input to us over 18 months at the cost of $2 million. That's what I'm trying to preserve. The really crucial elements of that conversation is what I'm also trying to preserve. And that's all I'll say. Thank you.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, thanks. I'm grateful that we have a second reading on this, first of all. I want to say that I totally support that. I also agree with Kelly that I would love to participate in an FBO conversation, and I've been recused from that until now. If it became public, I assume I could participate. I'm not sure if I could or not.
I think
I'm
you're
getting the
still-
no. Okay, so I can't. But I still think it ought to be a public forum, and I will eagerly listen, okay? Because I think that's important. I like Kelly's ardor in trying to stick to the 8% goal, and I would have the same goal. I'm probably leaning toward approving this today, but I also want to get started on how are we going to be lobbying the FAA every step of the way to get what we want, because that process hasn't ended yet. You know, what we're doing today is not ending a process. But we do need to redouble our commitment to what we want from them. And as people have pointed out, sometimes you can bend the FAA, and I don't think John Bauer is the king. I think there are people above him that we can appeal to, and I know we've tried already. Confidentially, we know there's been background work over the many years. I don't want to give that up yet, and I think we should invest in that. So I want to create some commitment, if we can, propose that we commit to this. If we have to send Patty and Kelly and me and all of us have to go, we go do it, and we bring people from the community. I think that we should intend to do that with the goals to try to stick to the plan that our Vision Committee has created for us to the best we can. It is discouraging to have so many compromises and have to give up so much ground, but personally, I think I will vote to approve, one, because I want to see the environmental reports and the airport design reflect the most current possible iterations of the technology and what's available in aviation today, and I think that would be the way to do it, while we still have a runway.
Francie?
Go, Patty.
Yeah, and just so you know, I'm going to go back to Superfund and EPA since everybody brought it up. I can bring it up again.
We're sending it.
Yeah. One of the things that I believed when I started that fight was there was no compromise. And then I realized compromise at that point was a 4-letter word for me. And through the process, it was 10 years. I was pregnant with my daughter, and she was 10 when we got delisted from Superfund. So it was a long battle. But it was a matter of winning and losing, because if we had stood our ground and not compromised, we would have lost everything. And we need to keep that in mind. That's why having a document in our hand and being able to still negotiate and still work on the size of the aircraft from the 100 to the 300 or vice versa is still there, but we need to have something firm in order for us to move that forward and have that conversation, and I think we will.
Well, let's get down to brass tacks a little bit about where we're going. So if you feel it's important to have an FBO conversation before the second reading, then we have to move the second reading, because we don't have any meetings next week, unless we want to add one. So there's that. And that's
Anna,
not
can
enough
we
time
ask
for public notice.
Advice
So-
from council on, can we do that? Is it time? And
Well,
can
we need a
do
certain
it?
amount of
Can we
notice
ask for
time.
that? We can change the second reading schedule.
The second
Can we
reading can
actually
be
have enough-
bounced, the second reading can be bounced to another date. It's something that can be flexible with the board schedule.
And how much notice do we need before we have a public hearing meeting
On the FBO?
on the FBO?
On the FBO, the public hearing is a little bit out of step from what you are used to thinking of as a public hearing. The public hearing is to allow public participation with the board in discussing the issue. It's not a formally required public hearing as part of a underlying process for moving forward or adopting something or anything like that. So the FBO decision point at this juncture is whether or not to enter into a contract. And until there's a contract to review, there's no formal process that requires a 10-day notice or something like that. So you're not bound by any particular timeline, but you'd have to consider that it has to be reasonable just so people have, notice of it, awareness of it, and can attend if they, if possible, kind of thing.
Okay, so if we're going to put it off to the second reading, we do need to give a go-ahead for a second reading at this meeting.
Right.
So that is one thing we can accomplish today. We can take that vote, we can decide whether we want to move this on to a second reading, and then we can have further discussions about it without resolving all of the issues at this time.
I would make a motion that we approve the ALP plan as proposed, and we set a second reading to a date certain.
The decision point is not actually the ALP.
No, I'm sorry.
No,
fleet
it's
mix.
only
I'm sorry.
the fleet mix forecast.
I take that back. I amend that. Sorry.
You knew that.
I'll make a motion that we approve the fleet mix as proposed, and we set a second reading to a date certain, which I don't know yet.
Date certain would be July the 26th.
John?
With time for this public FBO conversation, which is on everybody's mind.
If you want to move it
Before
to
the-
the first day in August, that's great, because I will be in Scotland, so you guys can.
John, what do you want to say?
Just to point out that in the typical course of the board's work schedule, you would have a public hearing at a second reading, whether it be a resolution or an ordinance. We're doing the notice public hearing at the first reading. So I think the board should be clear as to whether or not there's an opportunity at the second reading for additional comment.
Well, so if we're talking
Put
about the
that in my
FBO,
motion.
though, we need a contract to respond to before we have a discussion about it? Is that what you said?
No. You can invite the public to participate in a discussion that the board is having at any time on any issue. When there is a requirement for a public hearing is when the board is taking a certain type of recognized action.
Okay.
And the next recognized action in an FBO progression is the acceptance or rejection of a contract.
But if we don't have a contract to respond to, then we're just listening to public opinion without any facts about the FBO.
To a certain extent, I suppose, but.
I don't want to do that. I mean, if we're going to have an FBO conversation, I think it should be a full FBO conversation where we're actually responding to facts.
No,
and
that's fine.
Presenting some.
I'm less committed to doing that order.
Well, I was hoping you could present facts, actually.
Yeah, Steve.
So I would be afraid actually to open up a public discussion about the FBO issues and possibly jeopardize the contract that is still in the negotiation stage with.
Yeah, I agree.
I think it's premature to have a public discussion on it yet until we have a contract to discuss. And we don't know when that's going to be exactly. I think we should proceed with the fleet mix decision. That's more maybe an ALP kind of a discussion in terms of who is running the FBO.
So Greg, did you make a motion?
I made a motion. I can certainly amend it. But the whole point of it was, it seems like the elephant in the room is an FBO conversation, but if we're not ready to have it yet, I just didn't know because
Well,
I'm not
I don't think it was part of your motion. It was just moving this forward to a specific
I
date.
wanted to include, as Kelly had proposed, an FBO presentation between the two.
Maybe by July 26th, we will have a contract to discuss. We don't know that at this point, but
I have a suggestion. Why don't we move this forward now, set it for second reading on the 27th of July, and in the meantime, we can have a further discussion to figure out what we're going to do about a public discussion of the FBO, because I don't think we're going to solve
I
that
can
today.
amend my motion to that.
Just
Is
one
that a
change,
reasonable time?
26th of July.
Is it to 26th?
Is
Is that a work
reasonable-
session or a regular session?
That's a regular meeting.
And that's a reasonable time.
That's the second reading of the forecast.
and you'll
You
be
and I are
back
both
from
scheduled to be
your
out. I can
operation.
attend,
Yeah.
but I don't know about you.
I'll probably be here.
So, okay, all right, do you want to amend your motion so it's clear to all of us what the motion actually is?
I would amend my motion to have a second reading on the fleet
20.
mix decision to August 20.
July.
July
July
26th.
26th.
In 2023.
2023 as a public hearing.
I will second that.
Discussion.
Kelly?
I raised an important amendment that I don't feel like there was thorough board discussion about related to the critical aircraft forecast being for the 220-100. And I'd like to understand where the board members sit.
I didn't realize it was an amendment. Amendment to what?
To the
This
forecast.
resolution?
Francie,
So when I was thinking about that, I wanted to
You can
get,
chew on that between now and the 27th, but I would love some
well, I'd like
consideration of it.
clarification from our consultants about what the FAA definition of the critical aircraft is. And I think they have a very specific, I know they have a very specific definition. I just can't remember exactly what it was.
Correct. The FAA defines the critical aircraft as the largest wingspan aircraft with over 500 annual operations.
500 annual at our airport or?
Correct. No.
So it'd be,
Aircraft.
and that would be the anticipated that they could fly 2 flights a day in here with 300
This is not going to happen.
aircraft theoretically, and then that would meet the 500 flights definition.
Not before I'm.
Correct. The FAA encouraged us to include the Airbus 220-300 and include enough annual operations by the end of the 20-year forecast period so that that aircraft would be determined in this forecast to be the critical aircraft.
And that's going to determine the size of the runway. So, but your projection is, your personal projection, is that there won't be very many 300 flights in here, so it isn't a 500 operation airplane for this airport.
My personal opinion is that that size of aircraft will not, I don't know how to answer this. I believe that the Airbus 220-100 is an excellent aircraft that's ideal for this market. And if and when the airlines make those decisions for investments, that's likely to what that is what you're likely to end up with. That's my opinion.
So then, in fact, we would be building a bigger, larger airport than we need, a larger airfield than we need.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, there's.
So I think it would be realistic to
You're
put.
saving him. Don't save him.
I think it would be.
No, wait, please.
Okay. You're, no.
So the point that the FAA is making is that the runway needs to be 150 foot wide. Because at 150 foot wide, it will not restrict any ADG-3 aircraft from accessing this airport if they choose.
Not necessarily the 300, Steve.
Correct.
So I'm still trying to grapple with it, but I don't think it's realistic to expect that there would be 500
Right.
Airbus 220-300s landing here every year. It is realistic to expect there would be the 100s landing here, because the 100 is more the right fit for this market.
But that's not what the forecast says.
We have a month to argue that with FAA before our second reading.
And we did talk a lot during the Vision Committee about negotiating with the airline. So I know you said that, Francie, briefly, and we were.
They can't hear you.
Sorry, we were talking about putting a process in place for that, and then the next day COVID hit. So I think that is something you guys should pursue. I think that
the
that was
airlines?
something we spoke about quite a bit and felt like it was possible, and it should be in the resolution. But that was a route we were willing to take.
So we have a motion. We haven't had a second yet. The
I
motion is-
seconded.
What, you seconded?
Yeah, we did have.
So we have a motion and a second to move this forward until July 26th. Thank you, Brad, the fleet mix forecast part of an ALP. I believe what this does, this resolution does, correct me if I'm wrong, John, I believe what this does is it empowers the AAB to move forward with more ALP design with this forecast, if it passes on July 26th, with this forecast as part of that ALP. Is that correct?
That is largely correct. The one addition I would have to that is that the FAA has to approve the forecast before it can be included in the airport layout plan process. And so it's not just our forecast. And part of the reason we've brought the discussions to the board that we have is we have had these conversations with the FAA ahead of submitting a fleet forecast, and that's some of the discussion the board's aware of. John Bauer was here. We've had those conversations, and so short of either somebody else in the FAA and or there being a legislative fix, our expectation is that we would not get that approval. But if the board did decide to modify the
I'm sorry, what approval wouldn't we get?
for the fleet mix from the FAA, that's what
If
they
we change
projected
it.
to us. Yes.
Okay.
If we change it, that's what
okay.
the FAA has projected, but that is not a formal, decision of the FAA's yet until you submit a fleet forecast and have it evaluated. And we would take another run as staff. We follow board direction. And so if the direction is to continue to make those arguments and bring the market to bear, we have done that, so we think we know where that conversation's going to go, just to be clear. And so, it may be delay inevitable, but we could take another run at it and see where we get.
Francie?
Yes, Patty.
Yeah, I think I would support directing staff, but I think I don't agree that it will go the same place necessarily, you know me. I think now you've got the 5 members of the Board of County Commissioners moving this forward with wanting to have that discussion. We've made that decision in the public, so the public knows that we're going to pursue that with FAA, and I think that might give us more strength in our discussion with them as far as changing from the 300 back to the 100, and I think that's something.
I don't think we've made any decision about having that discussion with the FAA. Are you encouraging us to make that decision?
I'm encouraging us because I think Kelly has asked for it, and I think it makes sense to have it. Because I think we're all agreeing that we don't see the 300 flying in here, but they seem to think it might, so maybe that's part of the discussion. I would rather have that clarified before second reading.
Dan, is that a reasonable timeline to have an argument with the FAA about the 300 versus the 100?
I don't know if I'd advocate having an argument with them, but no,
Well,
no,
I
no,
mean, come
just kidding. Yes, we can reach out to them, have a frank discussion with them, but I'll be honest, we've already had that discussion with them.
But now you got the 5 of us standing behind you.
Sure.
Or in front of you.
No, more than happy to have that discussion with them, absolutely.
Power in numbers.
One more question. Does it, in terms of the runway size, does it make any difference if it's 100 or 300?
It does for the weight of that aircraft, the 300 versus the 100. And basically what the FAA is saying, they're saying they want to keep options open from a restrictive standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
So just because you design it for a 300 doesn't mean the 300 is going to be there. Right. It just means you're not being restrictive for access on a federally obligated facility. That's all they're saying.
But we could have a 100-foot runway instead of 150-foot because of the weight.
No, that's a separate.
Well,
no, we can't.
Now, you can have a 100-foot wide runway. Doesn't mean the 300 series wouldn't still land here. It's just not the critical aircraft. Mm-hmm. But it could still operate here.
But we wouldn't be an AG3.
It'd still be an AGG3, just not an AGG3 over 150,000 pounds gross maximum takeoff weight. That's where the little caveat is. Doesn't mean that aircraft wouldn't still operate here, though. It just means it's not designed for that, which means if it did become the critical aircraft here, significant cost of adding to that runway, ripping up, adding to the base, and repurposing it.
Really?
So,
Which is part of why the
156,000?
150,000. Oh, the A300 is 156.
So,
yes.
I don't know, it's got 6,000 pounds?
All right, I'm kind of ready to call the question here on moving this forward until July 26th. Is there any objection to that?
John does.
I'm not objecting to that, no.
Okay.
I just want to interject. I think the anticipation of having the discussion before July 26th is just not, I don't think that's realistic.
What I was thinking.
I would allow for a couple of bases to be touched, but nothing to be pursued, especially outside of the manager's
What was the date
office
on
in
in
Denver.
Scotland again? So that would move us to the 23rd of August.
Unless we hear from Dan that the airport runway is disintegrating.
So can we set it for the 26th of July and then continue it?
Yeah.
Why don't we do that? Leave the motion as it is, and we can decide on the 26th if we need more time, and then we'll move it to when I get back from my
You
trip.
guys do understand that this pushes back everything.
We do, but we want to get it right.
Okay.
Francie, does that make sense?
I'm just thinking through why it is we're moving it forward, aside from the fact that I won't be here, but
You'll be here.
not on the 12th. Why we're moving it forward.
26th.
Since,
26th.
I mean, how are we going to have further discussion between now and then? We can't.
We don't know for sure.
It's just not going to happen. Unless you want the discussion to begin in Denver, there's no way that it's going to be a complete discussion.
I think the conversation that is likely to happen within that time frame is the same conversation we've had, and we'll likely get the same result. And so if the board is looking for a more robust conversation at a higher level, we are going to need more time. to be able to do that, and it is going to push this back. And so that, I think, is the decision in front of you.
So should we amend the motion to set the second hearing and second reading public hearing for the 23rd of August?
No.
Well, he's saying if we want to have a serious discussion, we need more time. Either that or we just move it now and don't give the opportunity to discuss the 100 versus the 300.
I'm not going to vote for moving it forward, just so you guys know, because I don't see anything changing. I think the AAB has worked hard to get to where they are with the 300. They didn't want the 300. The staff has worked with it. Our counselors have told us it's not, our consultants have told us it's not going to change. Dan has told us it's not going to change. You guys can vote me out if you want, but I think it's time to pass this, and that's, I'm not going to vote for continuing it to a future date.
Well, we've already noticed it for a second reading, so we have to continue it because
We haven't
published
voted
it.
on the continuance.
Wait a minute.
No,
No. There's a second reading.
we already have a second reading.
Right, for July 12th. I'm saying I'm not going to vote for moving it beyond that.
And you won't be here on the 12th.
No, I might zoom in or make a phone call or something.
Oh, you want to leave it the 12th?
I do.
Oh,
I don't see any reason, I mean, we've been told by quite a few experts, which we are not, that it's not going to change anything. And so I don't see that we should keep putting this off. We've been encouraged by the AAB, whom we entrusted with these decisions, to not put it off, and that's how I'm going to vote. So just so you know ahead of time, before we have a vote, that's where I'm going to be.
So the motion that Greg made was to continue it to the 26th.
Not continue it, but to have a second reading on the 26th, right?
To move it forward
Approve
to a
it,
second reading.
approve it with a second reading on
Can
the
I ask
26th.
Jackie a question?
Okay, yeah.
So the AAB supported it with the 300?
Yes.
Okay. Then that supports what the AAB.
And we did that because of all the
Okay.
conversations that.
All right. All right, I tried. I tried, Kelly, but it doesn't look like we're going to get anywhere with further discussion.
Only one vote, so.
I am going to say, Patty, that I think that there are other routes going forward, that this isn't the end of this, like, this conversation. I don't think this is the route. And I think I said that earlier, that I don't think delaying this is the right route.
So
All right, so.
I'm going to really screw it up. I'm going to ask Greg to amend his motion to set the second reading public hearing, continued public hearing on July 12th, and hope that Francie can attend.
It's already there.
You just have to.
No, we have a
approve it and
motion. We have
accept
to
it.
amend the motion.
There's been a motion and a second. That motion included a second reading to a date certain on the 26th. And I think what Patty has suggested is amending the motion that is on the table to keep the second reading on the 12th per.
But why do we have to make a motion to do that? That's already happening.
Because there was a motion and a second already approved. Yeah.
We
So
need to
Greg, do you amend the motion?
I want to poll my board.
I do want Francie in on the discussion if she can phone in on the 12th. I don't know what stage she is in.
Well, they're
her-
sending me home on the 11th, so.
So you'll be home. You won't
Highly
be in the hospital
opioided.
somewhere.
Right.
Okay.
You'll be prepared to be in a long meeting a day after surgery?
I will listen to further discussion, but I'm fairly directed in my path.
Okay, you've already decided. Kelly, what do you think?
Absent the requests that I've made related to the 100 being our critical aircraft, I'm a no on this forecast. Today, or the 12th, or the 26th, or August, or.
I would do the 12th personally, just because time, I think, is of the essence, and I think we need to
We're
make
going to
this
still be
forward.
here on the 12th. Sitting here. So Greg, will you amend the motion?
No, I don't think I'll support it, but if you want to make another motion, you're welcome. to.
Well, we've got a motion on the
Let's
table.
we
vote
have
on
to-
the
we have to
one for
vote
the
on it.
26th.
Jeez,
Let's
come on,
vote on
guys.
that. All those in favor of moving this along until a second reading on July 26th, please say aye.
Aye.
No.
No,
All those against, please say nay.
nay.
Nay. Are you abstaining?
No, I'm not voting for this forecast, regardless of the date. So does that line up?
Anyway,
with
the-
what
You say
it's
no to the
defeated.
Okay, so that was defeated. Thank you.
It's defeated. So right now, we will have our second reading on July 12th.
No,
as
we
it's
have to
No,
have a
we
motion.
still-
I'll make a motion to move this on to a second reading and public hearing on July the 12th. But we still, we'll keep in mind, we want to have a discussion at some point when we have the opportunity for looking at the 100 versus the 300.
I
or
see a
vice
lot
versa.
of discussions ahead.
I'll
Okay.
second the motion.
Thank you. All those in favor of moving this for second reading until July 12th, please say aye.
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 Aye. Okay, it passes 4-2.
I'm a no. I don't feel like we have fought hard enough for, as a board, for what our community came to us with as a recommendation.
The AAB supported the forecast with the 300. That's what changed my mind. So,
Okay. This conversation
thank
is
you.
over.
Thank you all for being here. It's up to the chair. But you have to be on the record.
Come up to the mic and ask the chair if she'll let you.
I'm not sure. I'm going to let you, actually. I think we'll have lots of discussion ahead of us. Suzanne, could you wait until further discussion that's ahead of us?
Yes, because it's what was just decided. But then everybody's going to have the opportunity for public comment. But that's okay.
I'd like to request a brief.
Well,
what, Ray?
what I would like to say is that in my opinion of having observed post-op patients for a long time, that a patient who is post-op by 24 hours is not going to have a clear head. Any
Well,
way
I
you
can
look
tell
at
you
it.
that it can't be any worse than it's been for the last few weeks.
Yes, it
so.
can.
I've been on
Yes, it can.
opioids and I've been in pain, so
But, you know-
I will take care of myself. Thank you, Suzanne.
As a nurse who worked in the OR, I think Francie will be fine because we're going to take away all of her, we're only going to give her Tylenol.
I don't.
Chair, may I please request a 13-minute break?
Yes, we are going to take a break until
I
3:40.
didn't perceive a difference.
Thank you. Welcome back to the regular meeting on Wednesday, June 28th of the Pickens County Board of Commissioners. We are moving on to our 10th item today, which is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners approving second quarter budget supplemental request, and I see Connie is ready to go, as she always is.
Good afternoon, everyone. Connie Baker, Budget Director. We have a number of requests that are before the board today for supplemental appropriation. I will just list them briefly. In the Healthy Community Fund, there's a request to expand homeless services through resource recovery to address neighborhood concerns. And there is also a request in the Healthy Community Fund to spend down some of the fund's surplus on a collaborative grant program and also on training for nonprofits. In the Human Services Fund, there are 3 grants totaling $410,000. One is for homeless initiatives. Another is a Rocky Mountain Health Plans grant for improving health for Medicaid-eligible individuals, and then also a Mental Health Access Program grant. In the Public Health Fund, there is a request to increase the mental health school clinicians part of the contract with Aspen Hope Center. And then in the Airport Fund, a request to have 2 seasonal positions turned into regular year-round FTEs. And there's no budget change associated with that request. In the Airport Fund, also a request for server equipment upgrade. In the Road and Bridge Fund, there's a cost increase for 2 scheduled plow replacements. Then Twining Flats Road General Improvement District, a request to increase their budget for snow plowing and road maintenance. In the General Fund, there are a number of requests. In Public Works, the Maroon Bells Recreation Management Plan, and this is just a carry-forward item that was missed during the carry-forwards. In the Sheriff's Office, they have received increased funding from the Colorado Parks and Wildlife for bear management grant. Also in the Sheriff's Office, a request for a new ongoing FTE for a school resource officer. There is a request to spend ARPA funding in the amount of $225,000 for childcare maintenance and equipment grants. In procurement, a request for OpenGov software procurement management. In Housing Department, a new ongoing FTE, a housing and asset specialist. And also in housing, a request for upfront payment of special assessments for the 2 units that the county owns at Elk Run. So these are all of the requests. It would increase the county's 2023 budget by $2.4 million. That's offset by an increase in revenue of $1.1 million for a net impact of $1.3 million. The board discussed these in length on June 13th when staff was present, but if the board has any other questions.
And it's a public hearing too, but I have a question. I asked for a job description for the new, between Jody's job and the new, so if somebody, just at some point, no hurry, I'd just like to review, to compare the 2 of them to see what we're doing. Thanks.
Any other questions for Connie? Okay, I'll look them up.
Wait, it's a public hearing.
Anybody in the public want to address this budget? Anybody online? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing and look for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you, Connie.
Thank you very much, Connie. All right, review of future agenda calendars.
I think you're on the wrong agenda.
Yeah. That one caught me by surprise.
Lady thought that she was going to turn this into a tequila. I think she might have.
No, it was, you're doing Suzanne Caskey's fear of.
Thank you, Kelly. Woo! Good thing there's more than one of us up here. Okay. This one is ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners approving and accepting a grant of airspace easement over a BLM parcel for the Gerbaz Way pedestrian bridge project.
Are you doing this?
Is that you, John?
Is
Or
Rye here?
on?
Do we have Rye or Jesse on
Yeah,
Zoom?
Glenn Horn.
Well,
This is related to the bridge crossing that we're
does
putting
anybody
in
have a problem with this?
at Gerbaugh's Way, and there's a portion of the land there that is BLM, and BLM is giving us an easement, and they're not charging us any fees.
Well, it's airspace.
I mean, for the bridge to cross over.
I'm charging you $1 million for
But
this.
they're waiving the fees for which, BLM fees are waived, and I want to tell BLM that we appreciate that. And I want to thank Open Space and Trails for moving this bridge forward for Dolores Gerbaugh Stutzman. How's that?
This will make a much. Everybody turn your little red lights
Oh,
on.
mine was not on.
This will make a much safer way for people from Aspen Village and the Gerbaugh's family area to cross over to the Rio Grande Trail without having to go up the little windy, narrow part of the
Gerbaugh's Way.
lower Woody Creek Bridge area. So I'm totally in favor of building this bridge, and getting this easement with the BLM is just one necessary step in the way to accomplish that.
I think we've already approved the bridge, haven't we?
Yeah, we need to approve this from BLM.
Okay, somebody want to make a motion to?
Well, it's a public hearing.
All you public people out there, anybody want to talk about the bridge, the airspace easement for the BLM over the Gerbaugh's Way pedestrian bridge project? Okay, I'm closing the public hearing, which
I
I
will
had
make a
previously
motion
opened.
to approve, and again, thank Open Space and Trails for following up on this.
I'll second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Oh, I was just texting you, never mind.
Take the rest of the afternoon off, right? That's okay.
No, he can't.
I
We probably
presented
need
it
him.
for you, Rye.
Number 12,
It's one of those days. Is it Monday?
a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners approving an intergovernmental agreement with Garfield, Eagle, and Summit counties for core services.
Be brave coming before us today.
Oh, it's been a long day. It should be brief and pretty easy here.
It's only been 4 hours, if you can believe it.
Yeah. Well, good afternoon. I'm Matt McGaugh. I'm our Deputy Director of Programs and Services with our Human Services Department. Today, I am here to ask for approval on a second reading for an IGA intergovernmental agreement with Pitkin, Garfield, Summit, and Eagle counties. And this is for our core services and child welfare. This is a state allocation that is shared regionally and really supports Pitkin County in being able to provide mental health and substance use services for families that we work with in child welfare. So Garfield County is the fiscal agent for this allocation, and Pitkin is responsible for contracting with providers across our region to provide these services. This allocation is approximately about $200,000 for the 4 counties. It's traditionally underspent. It's really aimed at for people that are underinsured or uninsured, so that they do have access to mental health, substance abuse services, and parenting support. And so we have an eligibility process for this, and we don't have a high demand, and so this allocation is definitely supportive to our budget. It gives us extra funding to provide these services for families. So,
Any questions for Matt?
any questions or comments on that?
Nice to see us getting along on agreeing with Garfield County and all the other counties, so I'm just grateful that you brought this in.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, anybody want to make a motion?
It's a public hearing.
Would somebody else like to run this meeting today?
I was like,
Somebody else a little more competent today? Okay, this is a public hearing. Anybody like to comment on our intergovernmental agreement with Garfield, Eagle, and Summit counties for core services? We're being flooded by requests. Anybody online? Okay, I'm closing the public hearing, and I'm looking for a motion.
I will make a motion to approve. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I can say that sentence.
Thanks, Matt.
Okay.
We're good. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you, Matt.
Uh-oh, no.
Now we have a second reading and public hearing, and we are sitting as the Redistricting Commission of Pitkin County, Colorado. And this is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners on behalf of the Pitkin County Redistricting Commission to review and establish commissioner district boundaries. Is this a public hearing?
Point of order.
Yes, yes,
John
it is.
Ely, did that sufficiently call us to order as the redistricting commission?
Spot on.
Okay.
Wow.
So we don't have to do this for a fifth time?
Yeah, really.
This one is new and different. Is it on?
No, you don't, I don't think you want that one. You want the,
Don't need that one.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's what I was afraid of.
You know, the problem with the people not being able, the people who have hearing issues should not sit in the very far back corner of the room. They should come up forward.
Can you speak up, Patty?
That was very funny, but I do think we need a better sound system so people can hear the
We're
conversation.
having some mic issues connecting, because when we got the mics up, it worked.
I want to
Right,
talk about
once we
that
get
in open discussion.
yes, let's listen to Ingrid now.
Oh, that's fine.
Thanks, Ingrid. Sorry.
And excuse me if I
Coming into
get
it.
spacey, seeing as I'm a little jet lagged.
Again.
Again, yeah. The, well, to reiterate, for the purpose of the meeting, it's required by statute after each federal census, commissioners' districts must be revised or altered to assure that districts remain as equal in population as possible, and in no event should there be more than a 5% deviation between the most populous and the least populous. County staff, meaning the clerk's office working with GIS, is mandated to present 3 redistricting options with the most minimal changes possible, while avoiding analyzing political affiliation, racial or economic disparity, hot-button issues, candidate and office holder favorability, or any issues that may constitute gerrymandering. Staff did present 3 options deemed to have the most minimal changes, and as allowed under statute at the May 16th meeting, a 4th option was introduced by one of the members of the Redistricting Commission. At the May 24th meeting, a 5th and 6th option were proposed by a member of the Redistricting Commission, and also at that meeting, the 6th option was chosen as the preferred option. So the actions today would, on the AIS, are to either adopt the resolution for option 6 or set another meeting if deemed necessary.
Okay. Now you're looking for us to do something rather than more presentation? Okay.
Well, if you want more presentation, we're here to do it.
Does anybody want more presentation? Everybody know where we're going?
I just want to thank Commissioner Child here for all his efforts.
Yeah.
You went above and beyond, Steve, and I really do appreciate it.
Yeah, and I do have a comment too.
Okay, Steve.
I realize that some of this is not minimal, but it's correcting what I saw as a huge error in the previous map, which was that whole area east of Aspen and the Smuggler area and Red Mountain belonging in Commissioner District 3, where it more logically belonged in Commissioner District 1. So this corrects that. Going forward, 10 years from now, it will be really simple to make any minor adjustments along the boundaries of the 5 districts. I think that the option 6 establishes the logical commissioner districts kind of geologically and geographically, and in going forward, it's only going to take minor adjustments, if any, to in future census years to readjust this. So I apologize, because I know it meant more work for you, because you have to notify, I think, all the people who are being moved into a different one. Is that correct?
Well, this guy here has a lot of work he has to do in the computer system for that.
Yeah. But this will be a one-time thing. I anticipate it'll be really simple in 10 years and 20 years going forward.
We're going to remind you of that in 10 years.
And I'd be
All
glad to
those
come back
liquid
in
numbers
10
that we
years.
saw, you have to deal with all that?
To deal with all of it.
Kelly?
Can I ask, since this is our discussion related to final adoption, for staff to just give us the detailed presentation of the option we've settled on and the changes related to that, please? Please walk us through the presentation. Thank you.
Which is that up there? Is that? You want the overview of the adoption 6 or the process?
The option, yeah.
Yeah, so this is listed as option 6, or the preferred option. So just walking through, we're moving 146 people from District 3 into District 5. Actually, let me just scroll down so we can get the closer up images on the map of who's being affected. So these 146 people are coming from the areas around Phillips Trailer Park, Snowmass Cottages, Waterview Place. Yeah, so just around Lower River Road, north of Highway 82. Having a tough time with this. It's not scrolling. Sorry, one second. We're also moving 8 people just around East Cypress Creek from District 5 into District 4. Around Highline Road in Hidden Valley and the areas north of Snowmass Club Road, 286 people are being moved from District 4 to District 3. This predominantly affects Club Commons and Sanctuary South and Villas North. This is one of the bigger changes, with 183 people being moved from District 3 to District 1. This area represents Red Mountain, Smuggler Mountain, Mountain Valley in the east of Aspen area. And some of the communities affected include those surrounding Eastwood Drive, Lupine Drive, Mountain Laurel Drive, Hunter Creek Road, Red Mountain Road, and Willoughby Way.
So I'm getting Mountain Valley and Red Mountain, right?
Yeah, that's being moved from District 3 into District 1.
And how many years do I have left in office?
I'm getting Phillips. No issues there.
I'll trade you.
And then this is also another larger portion representing 855 people being moved from District 1 into District 3. This is the area around Maroon Creek Road, Tie-Hack Road, as well as Thunderbolt Lane, Moore Drive. And some of those communities involve the Aspen Highlands Base Village, the areas around Aspen High School, Maroon Creek Golf Course.
I didn't even know they were in my district.
Yeah, that's why they came over to me.
Yeah.
But now you're getting invited to all those Red Mountain dinner parties.
Yeah, yeah. Can't wait.
And then lastly, we have 70 people surrounding the northern section of Williams Ranch Road, moving from District 2 to District 1. So that's the areas around Silver Lode Drive.
I just want to, I want to comment on that last particular section, because I realized, and I went and I visited with Clinton and Ingrid after our last discussion on this, that that moves my most recent competitor, Aaron Smitty's residence, into District 1 from District 2.
Interesting.
And so, because my issues related to the Snowmass caucuses were resolved in this option and other options, I'm going to abstain from this vote. Because it's just uncomfortable for me. It feels sort of like icky politics to
We know that wasn't your intent.
cut my most recent competitor out of the district. So I just wanted to let you all know that.
Now she can run for the open seat.
Yes. If I thought you needed my vote, I would reflect more deeply, but I don't think you will.
I don't think so.
So
Okay, thank you for that.
ultimately, this brings the most populous and least populous spread to 3.56%, which is within that 5% requirement from the state.
I can't hear you at all, I'm sorry.
What was that?
I can't hear you.
Oh.
Obviously, you can't hear me.
What was
either.
That was a
I apologize.
Pass the Kleenexes this way.
I can hear you.
So who's the most
So whatever it was
populous?
you
Go
said
ahead,
last,
please.
could you repeat
Okay,
it?
absolutely.
Oh,
So
I'm the
this
most
brings
populous.
the percent spread from the most populous being District 1 and the least populous
Popular district.
being District 5 to 3.56%, which is within the 5% requirement we have from the state.
So I have this entirely rural area, and I have the most people now.
No, I have
No,
the
no,
most
you're
populous.
still the
The
least.
Oh,
least.
the least.
Sorry,
I was like,
yeah.
how could that be?
Yeah,
Nobody
but-
lives there.
Francie, I'm the most popular district.
Well, yeah, as you should be. You're an Aspen. Okay. Do we have any questions or discussion?
Well, it is a
Hearing.
public hearing.
That comes after us.
Oh, okay. If I could just do a couple more comments. I really like, I mean, I worked hard on this, and I think the option 6 corrected a whole lot of things that really weren't right. It really brings neighborhoods together. For instance, the Smuggler area, before it was partly in Greg's, partly in Kelly's, partly in yours.
All over the place.
It was all over the place, and now it is maybe a little bit still in Kelly's because she's the bulk of that part of the city of Aspen, but the people in Smuggler now will have basically one commissioner representing them, and a new person running for commissioner in the future they will come from that neighborhood, most likely. I mean, it's a bigger district, obviously. It includes some different parts of Aspen also, but the people will be living near their commissioner.
They always have, because they've only lived a couple blocks from me.
Yeah, except Greg was their commissioner for a lot of them
Oh, yeah, up the
before.
hill, yeah.
Yeah.
There
So
aren't very
it-
many people who live near their commissioner
So
in
it-
District 5.
Yeah, and it doesn't just have to do
choice.
with who can run for commissioner, but it also has to do with the commissioner living in a logical neighborhood or logical commissioner district where their neighbors feel the most connected to them. So that, to me, is an important part of doing this.
Yeah, I connect to those people up on Red Mountain.
I think that's
Yeah.
really true, and I really appreciate your work, but none of what you said applies to District 5.
And
Which is fine with me.
And the little
Rural
thing
fit.
about the 8 people on East Cypress Creek Road, I wasn't even aware of that, but on East Cypress Creek, not on the road.
That's Katie and.
Well, that was
Kate.
John O. McBride, who is in our Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus area, and he looked at the map and said, well, he's in Commissioner District 5. He wanted to be in the same commissioner district with the rest of the caucus people. He's on the caucus board, and so he requested that, and I kept putting it in and taking it out, but then the numbers worked out that we could actually, at his request, move them over, and it actually makes more sense to have them in 4 than in 5.
Definitely.
So that's just one minor thing, but it was at the request of a citizen to make that small change.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Anybody in the public care to comment on the redistricting maps? Anybody online, Andrew?
I don't know why Crystal and Debbie are still on.
All right, I'm going to close the public hearing and look for a motion.
Oh, I think you received, this was online from what was her name? Peg O'Brien.
She's in Woody Creek.
She's in Woody Creek, but she actually was just saying that, she said, did you get this?
Yeah,
Can you just
Okay.
read it
Okay.
anyway?
Yeah, go
please,
ahead and
Ingrid?
read it. I
And
didn't
a little
see it.
louder.
Okay, dear BOCC, option 6 is by far my preference. Thank you all so much for your hard work on this to make sure we are all well represented, sincerely and respectfly.
No,
Yeah,
it's
we
nice
did
of
get
Peg
that.
to take her
Thank you.
time.
I will
Okay.
make a motion to approve option 6.
Are we going to second it?
I'll second the motion.
Well, I
Okay.
should have let you make the motion.
No, that's
Sorry.
okay.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And Kelly,
We
you
have
abstaining?
4.
I'm abstaining.
4 in favor and 1 abstaining. That is Kelly.
And do we need a motion to adjourn as the commissioner redistricting?
Just go right ahead and
whatever
make
we're
it.
called?
Yeah,
So
make it.
moved.
Yeah, okay, good. A second?
Aye.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you so much, guys.
Thank
Thank
Best
you.
of luck.
Sorry about all the work.
Good job, Steve.
Okay, so we're now moving on to land use public hearings. The first one, which is the Three Trees LLC appeal of the Choi Family Trust from 4/22/2004. The BOA resolution number 001-2023 has been withdrawn by the appellant? By the appellant. And number 15, Turnabout Ranch LLC PUD and plat amendments, activity envelope and site plan review, constrained and visually constrained site STR, special review, GMQS exemption, which was continued from 4/11/2023, is going to be discussed by Leslie and Glenn, and they will tell us what's up with that.
Yeah, if you just get me up there.
Yesterday, I sent you all an email telling you that the applicant was going to request a continuance because there was a little twist that we discovered in the code. That twist has been rectified, and if the commission is willing, we're ready to go forward.
Today? Right now? The whole thing?
If you feel up to it.
I didn't finish reading the packet because I thought it was.
I didn't read it either.
Okay, that was my concern, and this, we've been.
Just some stuff Leslie wrote, yeah.
Yeah, just more.
I'm sorry, because I know that
No,
it's time to do
we're
this.
sorry, we're sorry, you know, I sent you specific direction yesterday, and, but we were able to resolve the code language with the code amendment that changed the GMQS. The code amendment that was done a couple of years ago only affects residential GMQS, not commercial GMQS. And the actual language in the code doesn't say that, but we went to the ordinance and RISE memo, and we looked at that this morning and realized that it was only for residential GMQS. So that's why we are prepared to go forward, although.
So nothing has changed? It's the same?
Yes.
Well, I'm pretty familiar with it. I could go forward. Everybody else?
I thought it was going to be continued, so I don't feel completely prepared, but I can wing it.
Well,
What? You don't know or no?
I agree with that. I just don't think we should wing it.
I don't think we should wing it either.
yeah, I had the packet all pulled out, but I haven't
refreshed my
perused.
memory.
You know, we're sorry about the confusion, but
We're
like,
sorry,
until this morning, we thought there was this provision in growth management that was not workable, and we were going to ask to continue this application so we could amend the code. And as it turns out, Leslie and I looked through the ordinance and the memo, and it's clear that the amendments that were done a couple of years ago, in 2020, actually 3 years ago, don't apply to commercial. And this has to do with the expiration of development allotments. And so we were relieved, and we were prepared to propose a code amendment. So that's not necessary. We're sorry for the confusion. So
Well, we're sorry to the applicants. It's really been a long time for them.
Yeah, but in the next meeting, Francie will be visually impaired.
Visually impaired?
I was being nice. I didn't want to say.
I know how I'm going to vote on this, so.
July 12th.
I'm okay with that. I'm going to have to call in, but.
Just to give you a heads up.
yeah, I mean, we'll go with what you want. The applicant's anxious to, accommodate your schedule, and just we'll do what's required.
As long as there's nothing changed. It's just exactly like the last time we heard it.
Right. Glenn and the applicant have taken a harder look at the resolution, and you know how I gave you a redlined resolution with all the changes?
Yeah, that's
They do have additional changes, so I'll be able to get that to you for the July 12th packet.
When can you get it to us, just so I know? Because I won't be available on the 11th. Can you get it to us before that, so?
I can,
It'll come out in the packet the week before.
Yeah.
the Friday before.
The Friday
I
before.
I could get it to you tomorrow, but it won't
Friday
go in your
before
packet.
is fine.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, then I can add it to this.
Okay.
I kept all the old stuff.
So, well, I guess we'll need a motion to continue this.
I'll make
So
a
moved.
motion to continue to July the 12th.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we know what we're talking about. So all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you.
And
Nice to
if-
see you, Glenn.
if the-
And-
Thank you.
If
Please.
the applicants ask, tell them that we're sorry that we didn't get it done today, but I think it's really better that we refresh our memories by reading the packet.
I think that's a good idea, and, you know, they're pretty happy that we found this thing in the code this
Because the
morning.
code, we had to take
Yeah.
a long time. So actually, we're getting it done sooner than we thought anyway.
Yes,
Positive flip.
All right,
yes,
thank you.
yeah.
Thank you, Glenn and Leslie.
Sorry,
you.
Glenn, you had to come all the way in here for.
Just a few blocks. It's-
Nice haircut, Glenn.
I know, yeah, Nick,
Yeah, I thought something changed.
you missed Andrew Dreamus. He was just here. Did you see him?
Do we have to do something about a public hearing for continuance?
It was continued with the item.
So,
Does she need to open the public hearing
do I
now?
need to open the public hearing to, should I have to go back and open the public hearing and redo this?
You do.
All right, motion to reconsider continuance
Second
for
it.
Turnabout Ranch.
I second.
I'll second that.
Patty beat ya.
I get
Call the
you.
question
I'll call the
now.
question.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, this is open to the public now. Would anybody like to comment on the Turnabout Ranch continuance? Anybody online? Okay, so I'm closing the public hearing, and
I'll make a motion to continue to July the 12th.
Second.
all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Oh, God. Okay, it's time for open discussion.
Yes, just have one item. Today we have Leslie here to provide some information on the solar farm and some challenges we've been having down there.
I just wanted to bring this to your attention. You may have heard from some of your constituents and neighbors, and passing out a picture that was taken from a residence in Brush Creek Village. So, as you know, glare was an issue at the solar farm, and I just wanted to let you know that there is a row of panels that last week the Primergy representative, who is now managing this part of their portfolio, I guess, he was up and he took a look at this, and they found a broken bearing coupling that's causing this row to get stuck and create this glare. And I think it's been now about 2 weeks. Stuart Lusk is the resident who brought it to my attention and has been giving me some updates. Last week he said it was 2 weeks, but you know, we really hadn't had any sun before that, right? But it's really a real problem from about 1 o'clock in the afternoon to about 3:30 in the afternoon. I haven't heard any complaints from anybody at the airport that pilots have complained, but they said that they should have someone here July 5th to fix this.
So next week.
Yeah, and I asked him, I said, you know, it was a big deal during our review that they have a program that monitors if something goes wrong in the solar field, so they would know right away if something wasn't producing, like a panel was broken and wasn't producing. And they said, yeah, we have this program that will alert us and monitor. And I asked them, well, what happened to the alert? Because it was a neighbor who alerted me and I alerted them. And he said, well, because it's a mechanical failure, their program doesn't
Not
alert
computerized.
them. So I just wanted you guys to know this and that they're working on it, and I've been in conversation with them. Hopefully July 1st is the day.
But if it wasn't tracking, then it wasn't producing the maximum amount of voltaics or whatever the right word is, so they should have noticed it anyway.
That's what
I
was
think
gonna say.
so, and I asked him about that. And he said, we looked at our data and we're producing, full on. Our data is telling us, but maybe one row like this just drops it a little
A teeny
percentage,
bit.
and they don't think
Yeah.
it's an issue. So,
It's obviously getting sun.
yeah. It's
Maybe
just
they're producing more.
Yeah.
When I get these kinds of things, I put them in a file, so, you'll be seeing this in an annual review in November again. But, we have this glare bond, so to speak, if there are issues on this. And I was kind of getting ready to say, hey, maybe we should start returning some of this money. But I think at
We
this
should hold
point,
on to it.
we should. So I just wanted you guys to know.
Okay.
Francie?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think I've sent you photographs of shiny panels at a time when a row goes offline. I think this is a recurring problem that's happened with different rows. It's a mechanical thing and they break. It should be fixable. It's hard to believe they don't notice it in there, that they can't even see it, because it's got to be a fairly significant fraction of their field, but I guess they don't. So they're going to need to find another way to monitor that, because I've called them in when the front row was offline there for last summer, whenever it was, and it was causing the similar sort of thing. The sun hits it, it glares, then the sun drops a bit and the glare goes away. It's not the end of the world, but it's something, it'd be great if they were responsive and more quickly responsive when that happened. So there's got to be a fix for it. There could be a photo sensor that could pick it up. A photo sensor could pick up a glare like that, if that's what it was. So, but yeah, I've seen it before. So this isn't the first time.
Maybe some other ideas out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if there's some kind of a sensor that they could actually put a sensor on each of the rows somehow that would track the
Their movement.
angle of all the rows and be a separate computer readout for them. That might be a solution. Maybe they need to annually inspect all of the part that broke, just to see if there's any signs of failure. I don't know if it's something they could see ahead of time. It's like on farm equipment, if it ain't broke, you don't fix it kind of a thing. You wait till it breaks and then you fix it.
And then you got to order the part.
But they might not be able to tell just visually inspecting it that there's a little crack starting to form or something. But I think maybe they should give us more information on, what part broke. Is there some way they can have spare parts on hand for future breakage or something? We need more information on what they can do to prevent this from happening in the future.
Other comments? Thank you, Leslie.
Thank you.
Have we bought him curtains or shades?
Have we bought him curtains?
Well, because we have a shade budget, right?
Yeah, we do. It's not come to that. I invited Stuart to come to your meeting today and, mention this in public comment. He was trying to get in and the traffic was too bad, but I'm sure he's watching. And I told him I'd bring it to you, and he was, we haven't talked curtains yet.
Okay.
Right.
Thought that was an option.
Yes, but I don't know if he doesn't
big a
have
deal.
curtains.
Maybe there's some place they could put just a camera, mount a camera that would just feed into their computer system.
Yeah,
Wherever
like Greg
their
was
office
saying.
is. And then they could just look at that every day or, periodically, and that could be the simplest solution. So they would know, rather than having a neighbor have to notify you.
Well, I'll feed this stuff back to them and tell them that they need to be prepared when they come before you for their annual review,
Okay,
provided we don't have any more complaints.
thank you.
Okay, thanks, you guys.
Any other open discussion from you, John?
No.
I have a couple. Who else has some?
Well,
Steve?
I'd like to discuss our sound system. And we want Andrew in on this discussion, I think. So I've noticed that one or both of those mics will actually amplify in the room, but these ones don't.
And are you hearing that through the speakers in front of you, or is that through the overhead? That's what
Well,
I'm
I don't know. I'm not
Like
sure.
coming from this one right in front of you.
Go ahead and talk again.
Test, test. I just want to hear if it's coming through the overhead speakers.
Sounds to
I
me
think
like it's coming from
through
over there.
So the box right in front of you has a little speaker on it. It may be coming out of that little box on the
Yes,
table.
it is.
I'm
So-
getting it out of there.
Oh,
There's-
yeah, maybe it is coming.
There's two mics that pick up on the rear speakers. It used to be all of them, and there was a change made at some point, and so we'd have to hire somebody to come back in and look at the AV stuff. I want to say it's when we started doing the Zoom stuff, actually.
I think it is. So when we added the Zoom component to this meeting, we did add a lot of complexity to the system that wasn't originally designed in. But we do also have money budgeted this year for upgrades either downstairs or in Grassroots booth back there. So we've actually got a meeting scheduled in about 2 weeks to kind of dive into more of those details, whether it's things that are getting older and need to be replaced, or if we can identify some of the problems, especially on that list as well as the T-coil. So we were having some buzzing sounds that were causing problems in your ears and probably anyone else who was using that system. But that's another system that, like we saw today, could really help out with some of the audio issues within this room.
Really great having it come through the room. My God, what a difference.
For sure. And I think you guys get a little spoiled if it's coming out of these. It sounds really good for you, but it's not helping in the
Now,
back.
can someone talk in our mics here? I want to see if it comes out of here.
Sure, can you hear it through your speaker there? I don't think so.
Yeah.
Seems like it's
I hear
just.
it.
Oh, really? Okay. So we hear each other, but nobody else hears us.
And then this one's a little bit better. I think this one is coming out of those front two speakers, but again, it is an issue we'll look into further.
Great.
Great, thank you.
'Cause,
That's,
I
I
mean,
think
it's-
that's super important.
Yeah, it's sort of embarrassing to have all those
the
people from the
three
public and they couldn't hear.
Especially on top of the power issues.
And just to be clear, we originally wired the room for the speakers to work on all of these mics. It's when we, and I don't know the magic behind the wiring for Zoom and connecting to Grassroots and the things that had to happen, but we had to disconnect some of the audio, and so we'll have to figure out. And that's, I don't understand that. I can
But it's
barely
only
hook up
been
my own
recently
stereo,
people
but
complaining.
Maybe.
And when, when the T-coil was working, and it was Don Bird was the other one who really, when he was still our jail administrator, he didn't like coming into commissioner meetings because he was hard of hearing and he couldn't hear what we were saying. And then when we had the T-coil, he was like, yes, he solved this problem. But then it's had the buzzing thing, and then today it wasn't working at all again.
Yep. And so we had turned it off as we thought it was the source of that buzzing. During a break, I did go downstairs and turn it on. So if you want to try out your hearing aids again, I suspect you're still going to hear that buzzing sound. We haven't found the source of that problem yet.
Yeah.
But just so you guys know, the next step is to bring back the vendor who installed this equipment originally and get their professional opinion on, like I said, aging equipment or where the problem might be.
I thought you were going to say.
I'll let you know here in a minute.
Nope, not about the public.
Okay, it is it's working. I can.
Are
right
you
away.
hearing that buzzing sound, or is it working pretty well?
No, it's not buzzing right now.
Hey, Steve, walk into the back of the room and see if the buzz comes in.
And I could hear it. I mean, I could be out in the lobby and I could hear
The buzz is gonna
clearly.
I think you have to be inside the loop, though. So I think you actually have to be in the room to pick it up. I could be wrong on that.
But it's not buzzing right now. And now
Awesome.
maybe before it was when it was someone on the Zoom call was clear and the people speaking in the room was buzzing.
If there's more than two wires, I
There is a little faint buzz, but not as bad as it had been. I mean, I was just turning it off before because it was distracting to me.
And you can still hear it a little bit through the overhead speakers. That's my indication as to whether it's still buzzing.
Yeah, there is a little bit of background buzz. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I hear it.
And so if I take the top end of that volume off, it comes down. Did that impact your hearing aids as well?
I can't
you
hear
still-
it. I can't hear it right now.
All I
The
can hear
buzzing.
is my tinnitus.
Yeah. Now it's back.
Okay. Well, thank you for working on that. It's important.
For sure.
I have one quick thing, and then I have something else I want to bring up, and that is Greg has mentioned a couple of times the possibility of doing solar up at the old coal mine where we're talking about doing the methane testing. I would like to see that pursued by, I don't know whether it's CORE or us or Zach. That was a joke. And but
We could work on it.
But I really think that that's a great idea. The transmission lines are already there. They just need to be put up again. And I know that we say things like aspirational things like that sometimes, but why does it have to be aspirational? You know, let's.
Well, it's nice to see if it gets traction and then, but to find out if somebody can tell us how practical it is.
Yeah. So do you think that would be CORE that we would refer this to, or?
Well, CORE could do the basic research because they've got people on the ground.
Insurance.
And
Well,
that would
let's
require talking with the Forest Service.
Let's do it.
and-
Let's refer it to them and ask them to do something.
So,
Steve.
so the lamp house belongs to the Waltons. It's on their property. So I presume a solar thing might or might not be, I mean, maybe it would be on Forest Service land. It wouldn't be on county land. It would either be the Waltons or a Forest Service.
Right, right.
But then it could feed into that three-phase line there at the lamp house.
Uh-huh.
So I think it's worth looking into. I would hope that, you know, we can get the I mean, if it works out that we can collect the methane and generate electricity with it, I would want to be able to maximize the electricity we could generate from that. If we had solar panels online, then maybe we'd have to upgrade the line, add another wire to take the extra
You
electricity.
do solar in the day and methane at night.
Yeah.
Or something, yeah.
Sounds like a
Well,
bad habit.
we're not going to solve it, but let's pass it on to somebody who can.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, yeah, if you all think it's worth asking, we can do that.
And my other thing is,
The neighbors are gonna love
You
that.
again.
I know, I forgot. Please, can you give this down?
it's come to my attention, you're not gonna like this, John, that ComDev is got an 18-month backlog. And I really think this is bad government, and I think it's a disingenuous way to exert growth controls, and I'm very unhappy about it. And I know of one situation where they were told their permit for a 6,000 square foot house would be out in 10 to 12 weeks. It's been 7 months. And every staff member that's worked on it has changed since then, and the new engineer has spotted something else. I don't know where they stand this week. But anyway, I would really like for us to push to hire more people to handle building permit applications and serve the public better. This is not a good way to run our department, in my opinion.
We generally try and hire, when we have a backlog like that, hire people to come in as contract labor. The problem is, I don't think there's anybody out there.
I know, that's what I've heard.
Yeah. And the other thing is a lot of times the reason these things get backlogged is because of changes that come from both parties. So it's difficult to
parties?
evaluate.
No, this is nothing from the applicant. The one I'm talking about now is nothing from the applicant. But I do understand there is a problem with hiring contractors and,
But I do agree, because sometimes because I've had people call me, things get stuck on somebody's desk in one of the referral comments, and it's sitting there, and everything else is lined up to go. And sometimes it takes a nudge.
yeah. And it doesn't just affect the owner. I mean, and this is not a 15,000 square foot house, this specific one, although I've heard many complaints from many people, but it affects the whole workforce, down to the most minimal contractor. People can't line up their schedules, they can't be sure they're gonna get a contractor when miraculously the building permit comes through. There's no predictability in it, and I just think it's a real disservice to our development and contracting industry.
We are going back out to try and contract plan review services, and again, it'll be dependent on somebody who doesn't have conflicts and that sort of thing, and availability. That's been our challenge. So
It's worked well in the past when we could get people.
when we can get people, and so we are pursuing that right now.
Thank you, I
Francie.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
I just wanted to have a little oomph from the whole board. I mean, having already spoken to you.
Understood,
City's in
understood.
the same situation. I've had people call me from the city who can't get permits.
Is that work that can be contracted out, like remotely? Like you can hire someone in Ohio to do it?
They don't have familiarity with the land use code.
In theory, our land use code is different than a lot of communities, and so we've been reluctant to do that, particularly because of the attention, particularly that this board and our community pays to details that frankly are above and beyond what most communities do. So we could look at that as an option, but it may, I think there's some risk to quality, so we've been reluctant to do that at the staff level anyway. But we could definitely look at that.
I just wonder, even on like Front Range firms that work statewide, you know.
And then can we divert any of the funds we have set aside for the 36 positions that we haven't filled? I know they're still in our budget, right, the money for those positions? Can we divert that for a contractor or not?
Yeah, when if we're backfilling kind of staff functions, yes, we try and avoid from a budget control perspective using personnel and other operating expenses if we can. But we manage to a bottom line budget, and so if we go over in contracted services, but we're not over in the overall authority that you've granted within a fund or department, we're generally okay. So right now, I think we're covered on being able to cover these expenses. The conversation about staffing is one we'll probably want to have during budget, and kind of talk about where the board wants to go there.
I mean, if we're going to have this kind of backlog, and obviously it's going to be for a year and a half, what is the advantage of having a contractor instead of hiring people into the ComDev department?
Right now, it's quicker sometimes. Yeah, we're having a challenge recruiting also, and we need to come back for a budget appropriation and that sort of thing. So we're hopeful that we can contract out some of that capacity. And
But these FTEs are already budgeted, right? The 36 that we haven't filled?
that's
36 in
correct.
ComDev?
They're not all
Not
in
in
ComDev.
ComDev.
No, that's across the
general,
organization.
Yeah, but I think they
Yeah.
have to kind of be departments.
You mean we have to specifically allocate for ComDev?
You all
FTEs?
budget by funds, and then we have a table of organization that we adopt by department, during the budget process.
Well, I just wanted to make sure the board was all aware that how desperate this has become.
So thought on that, Francie.
And then Kelly.
And I'm reminded of when we used to get our driver's licenses. The Driver's License Bureau was in Holland Hills.
And the guy was scary.
That guy was so inept, the state employee.
I was being nice.
You would go in, if you wanted to go in and request a book so you could take it home and study it, you would have to wait in the queue with the other 15 people sitting in there. And he would go out and do a driving test with somebody. Everybody's sitting there waiting their turn in line. And then finally, somebody gets up there and walks up, I need a book so I can study for my driver's license. And he would hand it to him. He would not hand it to him until they had waited through the whole line. So similarities, there are some really simple applications that I think we should have a prioritization system where a really simple thing, or somebody might just be building a garage or something really simple that they could have it out the door in a couple of hours, possibly. I don't know, quickly.
Still has to go through all the referral departments.
That a lot of the people wouldn't have to be waiting in the queue who have simple projects or simple issues to resolve. Others are much more complex and take more time. Have them at the back of the queue because it's going to take a long time to
never get to
solve
the
them
front.
anyhow. So that's just a thought, and I don't know how they would do that prioritization, but
It would really be great if we could speed things up before we start talking about reducing house size and everything
there's
else.
one case I was familiar with, Francie, that The house, the house is approved to build there, and it's 8,250 total. They have 1,000 square foot CDU already there with 2 employees living in it. They thought they had done their mitigation on the employee impact fee, because it's a, house, a
They're
bigger
housing
house.
2 people, yeah.
And that seems to be the only hangup. Their blueprints for their house of about 7,200 square feet is all approved, but they were having, the question was about their impact fee and whether they owed more money or if that satisfied it. So it wasn't actually an analyzing the blueprint kind of a thing, but it had to do with the impact fee. And they got all the subcontractors and everything lined up to build this house, and they can't get the building permit because of this other issue.
Did you want
And
to say something?
that maybe could be resolved really quickly without waiting for months and months and months.
I do have one little suggestion about how to make it a little bit better. Like, the one I'm talking about has a $250,000 deposit down for their environmental mitigation thing, whatever that's called. And they're putting in a full solar system, so eventually, hopefully, they'll get it back. But in the meantime, the county has been sitting on $250,000 for 7 months. And that seems to me really immoral.
We'd have
That's
to
a lot of
change the
interest
code.
that money could be making somewhere else. So can we just change that so that they pay the fee when they get their permit, not when it goes into the system?
It's in the
I
code.
think we'd have to change the the code, right?
I'd have to look at the code.
Might be a
Typically
code-
speaking, what they'll do is they'll incorporate that into whether or not an application is complete or not. All the fees have to be paid. I thought that the code didn't require it, though, until issuance of the permit.
Well, that's the way it should be, in my opinion, because that's a hell of a lot of money to tie up. And I suppose the county's keeping the interest on that, or like, what's happening with that money, It's like,
Well, hopefully, it hasn't been tendered as cash, and there's an issue of interest. Hopefully, it's tendered as something else.
I can't speak to that, I don't know. But I think the system needs to be really clear that you don't have to put anything down. You don't have to make any deposit until you've been handed a permit. The clock should run on the owner's time, not the county's, if I said that right.
Well, it's a joint process. I mean, you invest time as an organization in reviewing a permit. Permit's ready to go. Pay your fee. And it sits there for
Yeah,
months and months
exactly.
and months and months, waiting for the fee to get paid.
I don't buy that.
It happens a lot. There's permits sitting on shelves.
Well, then it's on them.
why don't yours burning?
Oh,
Why don't
I
we
thought,
ask
this is
somebody who
great,
does
Suzanne
this?
left, I can bring this up.
A little bird said, hey, there's a bunch of stuff going on downstairs.
Yeah.
I was so happy that you
Oh,
left.
oh, now we're gonna have to stay even later.
So I wouldn't have to put you on the spot.
I was like, how can they still be going? I thought they'd want to be
We've
outside.
been brain dead
My
for
fault.
hours.
Beautiful sunshine.
I did it.
So concerns were raised about some of the lengths of time it's taking for reviews and our backlog of work and resources. I was letting the board know, I know we're going out for contracting on plan review services. There are some questions about whether we're going out of area for that. I said we've been reluctant to do that in the past, but we'll see.
We're going to see what shows up once we put out an RFP, but that's, we have to start there, is to put out a request and then see.
And are we actively searching for employees in ComDev?
We're interviewing right now for a planner, but that's a replacement for Nicole, who has been promoted to the deputy director. So, that's one position that has shifted, where we've, slowed down her caseload review so she can start taking on other duties. In terms of, in the past, we've had a couple of people doing a couple of cases here and there, and those people are all really busy as well. So that's why we finally were like, we obviously just need to go out with an RFP and see
who responds and if we think that, whether that's local or not, and if we're comfortable with that, and just kind of see what we can do with that.
But it seems like we need more people in there on
So,
a regular
right.
basis, going through building permits and all,
I caught there was a little bit of conversation about budget. I mean, right, we'd have to add, planning positions or building plan reviewers or inspector, I mean, again, I guess we'd have to, look across the board. John can probably speak better to the, how we've tried to do our fees and manage how many people we have over the fluctuations of time. But, right, we can clearly look at that as part of our budget for 2024. But right, sort of the immediate.
I think we need one right now. We need a supplemental budget right now. I mean, 18-month backlog is just insane. And
I'm
so-
not sure where the 18-month
Well,
is
that
coming
came from me when we were
Okay.
chatting
Oh.
through growth management and such, how
Nancy said
much
these
work
people
is
are
coming
18
in.
months behind.
No, 7 months. They were told 10 to 12 weeks, and it's been 7 months.
7 months.
And
Well, then maybe you should look into that permit, their application, and see where it's hung up.
Yeah.
'Cause
The-
sometimes it's over at the fire station waiting for the fire marshal. to
fire
approve.
marshal's already done it. They
See,
were
so-
told, oh, well, has the fire marshal looked at this? And on the
doesn't
very
require
next
the
page
entire
in the
board,
application
does it?
was the fire marshal
Maybe you
approval.
should talk to Suzanne and see where it stands.
What?
Well,
Talk
I'll-
to Suzanne and see where the
Offline.
application stands, because sometimes it's,
Well, I think John was going to do that. I don't want to outstep,
I'll do that.
I don't want to put undue pressure
so
on.
what about this fee for 250,000, did you say?
Yeah, a fee that's been held since the application went in, and
the
rather than
rep.
being, this is not, this is secondhand to me, of course, but,
If it's a REMP fee, the REMP fee gets paid when a permit issues. And that's if they don't have.
not what this person thinks, but I'll.
Okay, that's usually, I mean, it gets paid when it issues, that's the standard practice. And that's because we take the fee, because often they don't have their mitigation online. So we take the fee if they're not ready, if their solar isn't in place, but, or, ready to go. The solar permit is not ready to issue at the same time as the building permit. Then we take the REMP fee and hold that until they, then have the permit to do the alternative mitigation, and then
But
we
the
can
permit
release the
comes
fee.
from you?
For the electrical permit for the solar, that piece, yes. But the issue is that they bring that permit in separately from the building permit. So usually if the building permit's ready to go, usually they don't have, that whole piece may not be figured out, and that comes later. Again, I'd have to look at specifics, but we don't take $250,000 up front during the review process for a REMP fee.
Okay, good.
That,
Do you know?
that's an issuance fee.
Okay.
So Suzanne, while you were here, I had a call, it was about the I think it's called Buttercup, the Robert Clark House on Capitol Creek. And it seemed like the issue had to do with the employee mitigation fee, where they had already a 1,000 square foot CDU with
I could-
2
you-
employees living in it.
I know that, so a caretaker dwelling unit does not mitigate for employee housing because it's a voluntary unit and it's not required to be
So they
rented. So
change
it does not provide the mitigation that we get from the fee. Right, so in their case, they're paying the employee housing mitigation fee for the 8250 house, but the caretaker dwelling unit does not and has never
Is
provided a
there
credit
something they
towards
could
that
change the
mitigation.
classification of that to that would mitigate?
It would have to be a fully deed-restricted affordable housing unit, and it would have to come to you for approval
Yeah.
to do that as an alternative to paying the fee.
Okay, and what I advised to the
For another meeting or a conversation?
person who was asking me about it, I said, go ahead and pay the fee so you can get your building permit, and then we'll sort out the whole thing about the mitigation cost later on. Because they were ready to start building, but that was holding it all up, and I don't know I don't know what they decided to do. They haven't called me back, but.
Yeah, I don't know.
So
what
in
else.
terms of the specifics, we can talk to you about the specifics, but in general, I brought this up because I really think we need to hire more employees in community development.
I think you've been trying.
We
It's not
we're-
always easy.
It's not always easy. We do not have a lot of vacancies right now, though, to to your point, in in the building department or such. And so that
No.
would require us to add positions for capacity and/or contract.
That's what I want to do.
Yeah.
Well, I don't necessarily not support that, but I just want to see if we're going to be swinging. I mean, we've had this glut of permits and stuff,
Well,
applications that
maybe we
came
make
in.
it temporary or something.
Yeah, I think we need to evaluate it, but I agree that it'd be nice if people didn't have to wait that long, but, we can only do. what
And
we
yet,
can
I think
do.
it would be nice for the people in your department as well.
Sure, no one feels great about, the clog.
I'm sure.
No doubt.
Yeah. And
And I
you
have a-
probably get quite a few phone calls.
I have a feeling this is like an overload from the pandemic, the people buying the properties and wanting to all redevelop them at the same time. So eventually, it's like what's your analogy of the
pig in
the python? This is
Yep.
kind of that situation.
Is it a
That we'll
big
work
rock?
through it, and then things will be back to kind of a normal level at some point. I hope.
or this is a new normal. And I just wanted to be clear that that was how much work, in terms of pre-apps and that sort of thing. We've got plenty of work in front of us.
Yeah. All right, thank you, Suzanne.
You're welcome.
Thanks for coming down.
Holy.
That was a good lifeline for me.
So I keep forgetting to bring this up, and then I got a letter today reminding me to bring it up, but maybe all of you received it too, related to whether our county wants to opt in to be eligible to apply for Prop 123 funds,
Oh,
the
I saw
housing
that.
funds. So just in brief, there's some administrative stuff we have to do. We have to agree to the projections for a baseline estimate upon which we would build more affordable housing on top of that. I think the numbers are pretty small for Pickens County. It's in like the low double digits, 12,
Is there a
14.
time frame you have to build them?
Over 3 years.
3 years.
That would be like the number over 3 years.
And that's our
they're-
percent of our existing ones, that's the,
Yeah,
yeah.
and they are working with communities to figure out what the right baseline is for that, but
It's
that
like
would
Garfield
make
County.
us, that's part of the work we'd have to agree to make us eligible to apply for funding, and the first tranche of funding for land banking is gonna open up this fall. So I just would like to get that on our horizon to consider. I recognize Ashley's on vacation, but if you could add it to the
Yeah, and
your
she's
staff list of discussion, that would be
yeah,
really.
and she's been keeping track of that.
Because I think it was Glenwood Springs was discussing it, and they had some projects, but there was a timing issue. You couldn't have the project too early or too late to be able to qualify, and then you had to guarantee them you'd build so many, and if you did not, I don't know what happened with the money, so it wasn't as clean as it sounded, but I think it's something we should still look into if it's a possibility for us, and what we would build, how we would build it, where you have to have a plan, but something we should,
does it have to be new units or can it be buy downs?
it has to be new units.
They have different funds for different
Yeah.
purposes, but.
And I don't think it can be some that are in progress already, it has to be, that's the timing glitch thing that this week, or Glenwood Springs was discussing.
Sad news about John Swartout, probably good for him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like
he's-
working with him.
He was great.
He's funny.
So would you entertain a motion
I would.
to adjourn?
Second.
All those in favor of adjourning this
I thank you.
regular session,
And
say aye.
Steve's gonna be really smart now, he's reading Words That Changed America.
Thank you, Andorra.
Is
Thank you so
fucking
much,
there.
Andrew.
Words that changed
you
America.
for
I make a motion.